Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Yes, Your Honor. Sidebar actually addressed one of the motions that I was going to make. With respect to the state's case, at this point in time, the defense would move for a judgment of acquittal. The state's indicted Mrs. Adelson on 3 counts: first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. All 3 charges, obviously, of the indictment require that the state present evidence that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markel to be killed. However, as this court is aware, judgment of acquittal should rarely be granted on the issue of intent. However, the remaining issues are different. Specifically, whether the evidence lends itself to a finding that Donna Adelson was a principal to first-degree murder, whether she conspired for Mr. Markel to be killed, or she solicited another to kill Markel. Go through this briefly, Your Honor. To prove the count 1, the state has to establish, obviously in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence would have to support a finding that Mr. Markel is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mrs. Adelson, and there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. Since there's no evidence that Donna Adelson herself committed the crime, you have to look at the principal instruction. Principal instruction requires that in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime, specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014. And the site from the Williams case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects. Daniel Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBanowa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendy lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacoste, Wendy Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBanowa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendy Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendy Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, or said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson, and I actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McBanowa was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Catherine McBanowa went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence, the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was back. She did not say that she did. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McBanowa at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markel was murdered, and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrests of Secreto Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. So they have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markel. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markel treated Wendy. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendy and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not been at the murder?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony, no one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markel treated Wendy. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion, it was not to prevent Donna Adelson to spending time with the boys. It was to spend, or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact. So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable of the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead, please. But
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principle to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody's treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that, I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, on top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count 1.
concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testifying directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those, the after the fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendy and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI. And when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened. It's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson. And we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder. And she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes. And she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence. And the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder, that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendy's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendy about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone. They don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with Magbanoir's testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms. Diggins, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Miss Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no, she said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Miss Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Miss Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016, where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. The legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just a moment. Judge, there was an issue that Your Honor raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can approach to address that.
You may.
Well, what a surprise that he's not ready to roll into the next movement there. I know the jury was supposed to report at 9-ish. Obviously, some matters of law in motion. Good morning, everybody. Michael Bryant here. Linda Kenney Baden on assignment. She'll be joining a little later. And don't forget, at lunchtime, Jodene Weber, former retired special agent for the FBI. She'll be on and we'll chat about what's happening in this case. So, we could have really announced the outcome of this motion for acquittal last week, but we didn't. Nothing unusual here. Sometimes in some jurisdictions it's called a motion for acquittal. Sometimes it's called a motion for a directed verdict. Either way, the standard is insane in terms of what the defense has to prove to win one of these motions. Doesn't happen very often. Sometimes it'll happen on one of the counts, perhaps, and it sounded to me like he raised the issue as to counts 1, which is the murder, and count 3, which is the solicitation. I don't know if that meant that he skipped the conspiracy theory in the middle or not, but anyway, denied, and no surprise. Remember what, and you heard Georgia Kappelman kind of synthesize all they have to do to get past this verdict as the prosecution, this motion for a directed verdict or motion for acquittal, is to say that a prima facie case basically has been presented. The jury could find, based on the evidence presented, that there is the possibility of a finding of guilt, right? It's not, she is guilty. It's not, she should walk right now. It's, has the jury gotten enough that a reasonable juror could find guilt against the defendant in this case? And it's a tough one. The court has to look at it on its face and say, what has been presented here? And could a juror come to this conviction based on what's been presented? Yeah. Anyway, so they did. So now, and because I popped on later, I was with the dog. Can you see the dog there hanging out? Yeah. I'm soloing with the dog. I'm going to take this moment to do a promo for something happening tomorrow at Washington, D.C. As you know, Congress back in session this week. Tomorrow there will be a rally in front of the Capitol pressing for the release and further investigation of the Jeffrey Epstein case and the Ghislaine Maxwell case. My wife is down there. She's orchestrated this rally. It's going to be in front of the Capitol. They have a bill pending that they want to promote, and that is a bill that basically says we're going to officially request the investigation, and that would come from the Congress itself, from the government, not just an independent legal investigation here or law enforcement there. No, from Congress. So they have a big rally down there. They've got survivors really flying in from all across the country. Thank you, Joey. Thanks, buddy. One gifted Justice Serve TV membership. So they'll be on the steps of the Capitol tomorrow. So she's down there working on all that. And so I'm dog sitting. And that may make for an interesting day. Who knows? We'll see. And then I just noticed I got a phone call that I need to return. So as soon as they get back into whatever it is they're doing, I may disappear for a moment and make that phone call. Anyway, are they gonna actually? Hold on, I'm hearing buzzing again. Are they going to have any further motions? You know that counsel here suggested there was an issue from last week that they never quite got resolved. So we shall see. I'm reading some of the comments flying by, which relate to what's happening tomorrow, and it's going to be big. It's going to be newsworthy. Let's put it that way, because these folks, these survivors, feel they've been forgotten in the midst of all of the back and forth with should the Epstein materials be released, should they not be released, and Ghislaine Maxwell, is she going to get a pardon? Is she cooperated to the degree that she's going to get some sort of benefit? She's already been moved to Texas to a less intense federal prison than the one she was in. So all of these things are concerning because the survivors are saying, wait a minute, we're still dealing with what we had to experience years ago. And so this is also going to be, I believe, it's not connected to the rally, but there's going to be a press conference. I think Ro Khanna, who's a congressperson from California, is going to be speaking, maybe one other congressperson. I can't remember the name. Oh, I think it's Massey. I think Massey. Anyway, I read comments from Ro Khanna over the weekend, and it's like, dude, did you not see Filthy Rich parts 1 and 2, the Jeffrey Epstein Filthy Rich, the Ghislaine Maxwell Filthy Rich? Maybe because my wife directed those, I'm a little more, aware of them. But he was saying things like these survivors for decades have not had a chance to speak, have not been on the record. Certainly there are some that have not, and I think we will be hearing from some new survivors. But there's also many that have spoken out on the record. You've seen it in the shows that I've just mentioned. Hey, the U.S. Open was great. I like to just wander around with the day pass, and we saw a number of great matches. The weather could not have been better. So I'm gonna take this call, and then I'll be right back with you. All right, do we have everything fixed while I was gone? Is everything taken care of? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like anything else is happening. So anyway, while they work out these evidentiary issues, how was everybody's Labor Day weekend? Good, I hope. Got got some time to relax. I hope you didn't think too much about this case, although it does kind of get inside your brain, right? I couldn't turn it off completely. Posted a couple of shorts over the weekend. In fact, I think I just posted one this morning. Yes, I did. But it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the Sean Paul Reyes case. Remember that case? That's the journalist who had gone to the home of Brian Fahey, Connecticut State Trooper, went to his house because he's wanted to question the guy about his overtime, $80K average per year in overtime for being on the desk at this office for the Connecticut State Troopers, the state police. And Brian Fahey charges out of the front door with a gun. And he's in this guy's face and he spits in his face. And anyway, marches him down the driveway and into the cul-de-sac that was attached. Anyway, so it's Sean Paul Reyes who gets arrested and charged with things like voyeurism. And it was just ridiculous. We were the pool camera. Just to Serve TV was the pool camera when we went to the hearing. It was certainly last month. It was not, was it early August? Might have been August. Anyway, I think there's another hearing coming up this week. But here are the developments. First of all, we knew Brian Fahey had retired. What a good idea that was. But just the other day, he was also arrested and charged with disorderly conduct. So the trooper is now the defendant, and we'll see how this whole thing shakes out. I do think Sean has another hearing later this month, which will give us a sense of how they've decided to deal with the charges against him. Brian Fahey, hey, enjoy the system, pal. See how it goes for you. Yeah. Is he going to do any time for disorderly conduct? No, he's not. He's going to get a slap on the wrist. It's going to be a little bit of fine, like a jaywalking ticket, and then he'll settle off into retirement. The grumpy, no longer overtime rich public servant that he has been. So yeah, it was like, I think it was over the course of the last 8-9 years, like $500,000 that he'd gotten in overtime. And this guy's like a 9-to-5 desk jockey. He's not out and about patrolling, investigating. No. How do you get that kind of overtime? That was the overriding question, which of course has not been answered yet. And as a resident of Connecticut, I'd kind of like to know. Okay, that's where they figured out.
Please bring in the jurors.
So, of course, we know the state rested on Friday. That's why we had the motions we did this morning, and now the defense is going to put on their case. How long is it going to be? I don't know. I might have missed that. I might have been walking the dog while they were giving their official estimate, because you'll remember that Attorney Zellman could not possibly come up with an estimate last Friday. Maybe he thought his motions for directed verdict or motion for acquittal were going to be granted, so he didn't want to bother himself with an estimate just to give the court some ballpark idea. It's not binding. It's just, it's a practical housekeeping matter. Don't be a dick about it. Just give them hey, it's going to be, I don't know. I checked the sports book this morning. The over-under was 3.5 days. So I would, knowing how these guys operate, I'd bet the over, just because they're clunky, How about Donna Adelson? How's she looking today? No ponytail. Hair looks pretty good, actually. It's been frazzly the last few days, and as I was sitting behind her there last week, it was maybe it's the humidity. Maybe she got some conditioner.
All right, you're entering the courtroom.
It actually looks pretty good. Going with the gray cardigan today, or sweater, or whatever the heck that may be. I was trying to look at the different jurors, in my brain as I'd seen them, and only one that I think was sort of checked out a little bit, just a little bit. Guy in about 40-ish. Beard, ponytail, a lot of this. To me, that's a checked out.
Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Morning. Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can
yes,
hear.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNEELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where, I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay. So you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, a special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and
Okay.
Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Guterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in Southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years.
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And I have
try.
a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak. Okay. So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. But still continue to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met two of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendy
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Objection, relevance, and 404, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
All right, so the speculation is whether or not she was there in that phone conversation that was dropped but was not dropped, the one that led to the Vietnam trip conversation, the one that had to do with getting visas, and Wendy won't talk to Charlie, and Wendy, we just need your help, or was she just a character witness? Hard to tell at this point. The name Doesn't ring a bell for me. Perhaps it does for you guys. Maybe you recall Ann Cunningham. But great story about the chipped tooth. And on Christmas Day, good old Harvey has this new patient pop in because they're kind of friends of a friend somehow. And he does his work. Yeah, good story, and it doesn't mean Harvey and Donna aren't killers, but nice of Harvey to do that on a holiday. Of course, I guess if you're Jewish, Christmas is not much of a holiday then, is it? I mentioned something over the weekend as I was giving some thought to this about how people, they've already convicted Donna, and I'm setting aside the fact that we all, that most people watching this hate the Adelson family. I get that. But if you set that aside, just try to look at the case as presented, I feel a shift from, Donna is definitely guilty. We're moving past that to, will Wendy Adelson be convicted? And I say convicted, not arrested/indicted, because I don't think that's a big deal. I'm sure she will be indicted and charged. I'm sure of it. At what point, how it's going to play out, not sure. But I've already gone past that to think, okay, well, is there enough evidence to convict her? Based on what we've heard so far, no. But again, this isn't her trial, and yet we're still getting some details that suggest she's responsible in some part.
Objection is overruled on 404 grounds. As to the relevance, let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive towards others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
Yes.
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
Never.
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
Never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she...
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never.
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about it?
Never.
Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry?
Home phones, like landlines?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes.
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? Where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free.
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
I want to talk to you. I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Please continue.
may
It
we
is
approach,
true.
please?
Please approach.
I'm starting to get a sense of how this day is going to go with a lot of approaching with every objection. And I do agree that she should chat about this. You can't have hearsay when all she said was I think she said she was upset. But you can express being upset without saying anything. I know it was on a phone call, but it wasn't like she said, I am so upset. That would be hearsay. But just to her sense that the caller, Donna Adelson, was upset, that's not hearsay. So we'll see if this objection is overruled or not. But I think the judge has taken it to the next level, like he's expecting some discussion about that phone call, which led her to believe Donna Adelson was upset. And so now we're getting a sense of this witness is part character, part fact witness, right? Interesting information about traveling overseas, checks that box that they're used to A, traveling, B, using WhatsApp, and they weren't using it for a nefarious purpose. I mean, I use it with some interactions I have internationally, and it's a great deal. I mean, it's not only is it encrypted, people don't think of it as they do Signal. Signal has become this like a spy app, but WhatsApp has the same encryption. So I never cared about that either. I just thought, when you're overseas and you can't count on cell carriers, or you don't want to pay for the ridiculous charges they charge, WhatsApp is amazing. Not just, texting back and forth, but phone calls. And they are absolutely free. So I'm sure we'll pay down the road somewhere. They're mining our information. They're selling it. They're making money. But we ain't paying, directly out of pocket. So this would have been back in 2000 prior to, so at least no later than 2014. And WhatsApp was, I think, relatively new back then. And I don't even think Signal was around, but at that point, anybody have Signal back in 2013, 14? I don't think so. I saw a note, and I see Ms. Cunningham with the collar popped up. Now, I was at the Open over the weekend, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. There were so many folks with their collars popped up. I was watching a match where the sun was coming, like right down over my back. Would have been the appropriate, proper time to pop that collar up. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So I turned my hat backwards actually and used that as the bill as a shade. But the popped up collar to me just says so many things that I do not stand for that I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So this particular use, interesting. I guess it might scream snowbird. And she spends half the time in New Jersey, half the time in Florida. That's pretty much what a snowbird does. She's in Naples, hugely growing area. That's for those who don't have their maps handy, that is on the Gulf side of Florida, and it is booming. Sarasota down there, huge. So, popped collar down there, I'm pretty sure is the standard daily wear. Let's see if they got objected or not, or sustained or overruled. Let's see.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So
So it
when
was
you spoke
overruled.
to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay.
Because she did not know who had shot him.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case. Okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
No.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Sustained.
at some point, did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples?
Yes, I did.
For the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where after the verdict that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes.
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning those?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.?
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes.
that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
All righty. Obviously, she's trying to get at what is ultimately hearsay, but she's walking the line. And the beauty of the hearsay rule is there are so many exceptions that it is riddled. And if you know what you're doing, I'm telling you, you can get almost anything in. And if you really have something you want to get in and you've exhausted all your other efforts, you wouldn't do it with this particular witness, but you could have an expert witness who might rely on statements made by others that technically would be hearsay, but if they are being relied upon by an expert to form an opinion, then it's coming in for the basis of that opinion. So there's always a way to get it in. And Jackie Fulford used one of the classics, state of mind, which I think is the default position for most attorneys. Go state of mind, Your Honor. And then if the judge asks the follow-up, as he did here, well, you're going to have to lay the foundation to establish that it somehow relates to her state of mind. I always like that it's not hearsay, Judge. It goes to the impact on the hearer. Okay, it goes to the state of mind of the person hearing the statement. As it is not for the truth of the matter, which is the reason hearsay is prohibited. You can't prove something as to the truth of the matter asserted in the statement. I went to the grocery store. That's fine if you're not trying to use it to prove I went to the grocery store. If you're trying to prove I was out of the house at a certain period of time, if you're trying to prove that I acted inconsistently with that statement, that I went somewhere else, that's fine. That's not for the truth of the matter asserted. So here she's trying to get from this witness things Donna Adelson said that would support the defense that she had no clue what had happened to Dan Markel. She was crazy upset about it. She's already testified that she was concerned about Danny Markel, that she was concerned about the boys. She was concerned about Wendy, all of them perhaps in danger. She didn't know. She was concerned about that. So they're trying to follow that same vein. Why? Well, obviously, because would the person who arranged for the murder of the son-in-law, the ex-son-in-law, be concerned about these extended family members? Well, of course not, because she knew how the death occurred, why it occurred, and she was involved in it. But it could all just be bullshit too. You know, you don't know. And I don't know that, I know on the cross, I think this witness is going to be questioned about how close a friend she really might be, right? She said she met Donna Adelson in 2009. And, you know, that was after the tooth incident with her, she didn't say husband. What did she say? Like some sort of partner, life partner? I can't remember what she said, but whoever cracked the tooth went and got emergency treatment on Christmas Day from Harvey Adelson. And I don't know how much they kept in touch in the years past. You know, I know she said they spent some time together. They were on the phone a lot, but she's going to be questioned about the degree of that relationship, so that you can basically say, well, you weren't with her all the time. You didn't know this. You didn't know that. All these things you might have known if you're a life partner. Thank you. All these other things you might have known.
We are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Like I said, I get the feeling that this defense is going to clunk along like this. What I'm guessing is they're going to have some sort of...
Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
some sort of law and motion argument about the nature of this testimony being elicited here. Did Donna smile at her longtime great friend? I missed that if she did.
Everyone can be seated. We'll resume with the testimony We'll try to at least within the next 5 minutes, that should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Boy, that's the quickest bathroom break in this trial. So now you can confer. Time to confer with the defendant. So they're going to talk to Donna Adelson about some areas that that I guess may have some negative impact on Donna Adelson, but help the overall case. That seems to be the area that they plan to explore. And this will be very interesting to see if it goes anywhere worthwhile. So what about, okay, I'm confused. You guys help me. Was it a bar mitzvah in January of 2024, or was it a bat mitzvah? We've been saying bat mitzvah, which of course is for a girl, but I could have sworn I just heard bar mitzvah. Can somebody clarify that? Obviously, it's a distinction without a difference. I mean, not really germane. Nobody really cares. And I'm hearing bar. That's what I thought I heard. And I thought earlier that Linda and I had kind of settled on bat. But anyway, now we know it's a bar mitzvah. And that was the one that happened in January of 2024. Why is that important? Because how in the world would Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson miss that event if they were leaving the country in November 2023 with no intent to come back and going to Vietnam because they didn't have extradition? They would miss the bar mitzvah. That just would never have happened. So that's the argument anyway. They definitely would have come back. And Miss Cunningham went. She went to the bar mitzvah. I wonder, can we find out how it went? What it was? Was there a band? Give me some details on that. Okay, let's see. What else in her short little testimony did? She wanted to clarify. Ms. Fulford wanted to clarify, as we've seen this as a theme all along, that Donna Adelson did not hate Dan Markel. She was angry with him often, did not hate him, and certainly never said anything to suggest that that she wanted him dead. Okay, that has been a theme. Not a surprise. Of course, you're going to water that down as best you can. And the fact is, in retrospect, if he hadn't been killed, and you think back about all the events that took place with Donna Adelson upset about the kids, and upset, you wouldn't really automatically think, wow, that sounds like somebody who wants somebody dead. You'd think that sounds like somebody who's very angry at a former son-in-law because what he's doing to keep his children near him is not helping me, poor grandma and grandpa down in South Florida. But I don't think you'd immediately jump to, wow, it sounds like she wants him dead. I don't think so. In retrospect, you go, well, yeah, he's dead now, and she's on trial for his murder, so maybe it did mean she wanted him dead. I think that stuff can cut both ways. If you didn't look at the greater picture, I don't think in isolation the things that were said make you jump to, yeah, she hired somebody to kill this guy. Not just the things that were said. There are lots of other things, but not just the things that were said. You guys think over the weekend about the prosecution's case? Remember, as we say, nothing better, no stronger position for the prosecution than when they rest. You better think they've proven their case at that point. You better, because if not, like the Karen Reed case, if not, you think, well, what the hell are we doing here in court? You should have a jury, and we're the jury in this case, convinced of the defendant's guilt at the end of the prosecution's case. So do you think the prosecution had proved their case? Because now all the defense is trying to do, as they did during their cross-examination, which was not so good, they're basically trying to convince you otherwise. Whatever you think you believe after the prosecution's case, give us a shot. Follow us here through our part of the case in chief. I think most people thought she would have been convicted if the trial ended with the prosecution's resting. Would you disagree with that? I think most people would think, yeah, I think they've got enough. To me, at least in part, and a big chunk was the Godfather at the pool meeting. That's where Charlie and Donna and Harvey meet at the pool in the complex there. Is it the Icon building, which is apparently a pretty snooty building there in South Beach, Miami. And, they meet there because they can't be recorded. There are no phone calls, all of the things you might use to trip them up and to create evidence to use against them. They couldn't collect it because they had this little powwow by the pool. I think that's very damning when you think back on what led to that, all of the exchanges between the parties that led to that. And we heard a lot. We heard a lot of those phone calls. I think on that one day, it was a tough day. Important, but the jury, they're getting overwhelmed by all of those phone calls. And I've mentioned before, I've been known to nod off in court, the head bob. And so somebody decided maybe we should have a Michael Bryant bobblehead because I'm bobbing off. My head is bobbing off. Check this out. Check this out. Look at that. That's my head in court when things get a little. Oh, sorry, I dozed off. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't normally take a golf club into court though, but otherwise. So it's amazing to me how that happens when I'm not part of the case. I'm not trying the case. I can start to drift. It's not a reflection on the evidence being presented. Maybe it's just me because I'm not actively in there. Taking notes isn't quite active enough sometimes. Anyway, it can be scary. You're sitting there and your head drops off and A, who noticed it? B, what did I miss? And, did I do something embarrassing in the midst of my nodding off? Yeah, I'm sure I did. Okay, let's see what other notes I had from things that were happening. Oh, so we know Donna Adelson is expecting to testify, right? Yeah. Charlie, though, what do you think? Is Charlie still going to testify in light of what happened with, the whole tone of the prosecution was when referencing Charlie's trial, they referenced the extortion claim, right? And which we know fell flat. He was convicted. Do you think the prosecution has poked enough holes in that alternative theory that played out in Charlie's case and was rejected by the jury, that bringing him on to testify, and he would have to testify completely consistent with what he did in his trial because he's got appeals pending, and if you're going to go with that story, go with it to the end. So he would have to testify consistent with what he testified in his own trial. Does he just come off looking even more unbelievable? Does the defense look bad because they seem to be doubling down on this theory that wasn't bought before? This is a different jury. I mean, clearly somebody could believe it, but are they now trying to decide, the pros and cons, the value, what's the risk benefit of Charlie Adelson testifying if what he's going to do is try to sell a story that at least one jury has poo-pooed, and in this case, the prosecution has poked holes in, right? So let me see if I've got any responses. If people think he should, let's see. Okay, they shouldn't. The jury probably hates him. Yeah, I mean, obviously they've heard of him. They have not seen him other than in pictures, and they've heard his voice a lot. I don't know. It's a very interesting question for the defense, right? Yeah, we're not talking about, whoops, Donna will probably want him to testify. That's probably true. That's not the one I was going to click up here. The defense, where'd it go? The defense hasn't raised the double extortion theory at all. No, but we've heard the extortion theory, and I don't care whether it's the double or the triple or the quadruple. We've heard that it was used in effect to minimize Charlie's activity. Not we didn't replay his entire trial. No, we did not. But they've definitely poo-pooed it. So I think they're trying to think that through. And maybe on Friday when they couldn't, thanks, Casey, maybe on Friday when they couldn't give a trial estimate, which I still think is ridiculous, in part it was like they were still trying to decide. Let's face it, this defense team does nothing quickly, and I'm okay with that. But when it starts looking like they don't know what they're doing or they're not well prepared, that's a problem for them. Not a problem for me. What do I care? But I think it starts to look bad. And I think on that Friday, when the judge asked for a trial estimate for the defense case in chief, just throw some out there, man. So the judge laughs at the guy. He laughs at him. And basically says,
You can check how many jurors are still using the restroom.
We're doing a restroom check on the jurors now. Anybody? We got a line? What do we got going on there? Yeah, the judge laughed like, well, maybe by Tuesday you'll know what you're doing. That's not a good look. Yes, not in front of the jury. I get it. But this whole time, every time you're in a trial, you're building a relationship with the court, good, bad, or otherwise. And I think the relationship with the defense team and this judge is less than stellar. I think it looks like lack of preparation, or maybe importantly, lack of nimbleness. You know, a trial, it's a living, breathing thing, and man, if you can't pivot, then it looks like you're not really a skilled trial attorney. You have to anticipate everything, and whether you're going to call a certain witness or not may change day to day. But when the judge asks for a simple estimate of the time, then just, you know, in your head, you're thinking, well, if we do this, it'll be this long. If we do this, it'll be this long. And give it to him. Give him the estimate, 3 to 5 days, Judge. Is that so painful? And I'm sorry you went 3.5 days. No, but again, the book this morning was 3.5, under 3.5 days. So, Angela Landgrab, Jackie saying the court reporter would shoot her. Yeah, you know, I tell you, she's a character. And thank you for that. Thank you, Angela. She has a character. You know, we know her history, and we know she was a judge that was asked to not be a judge anymore. There's some issues with trying to get a deal for one of her family members and a couple of other issues. Doesn't mean she's not a skilled attorney. I think she is much better. I really do. You may not like how she maneuvers and the folksy thing. Folksy alert gets to be a bit much. But I think her grasp of the arguments and the case is better than Zellman. I just think she seems more confident, and that comes across to the jury. So we'll see how she handles the defense case in chief. They've already had some clunky moments here with these hearsay issues, and trying to use Ms. Cunningham as a fact witness, but also as a character witness, right? And I know that on the cross, Georgia Kappelman or Sarah Dugan, they're going to pound away on how close was this relationship? How well did you really know her? Because you call anybody in and say, well, did they ever say they wanted Dan Markel dead? No. Did you ever hear her say anything that suggests they wanted him injured, that she would do anything to get those children down to South Florida? No, I never heard any of that. And then on cross-examination, you find out they talk on the phone twice a year, and they see one another at a couple of summer events. You know, it's not a buddy. You know, it's not somebody that a person would confide in. It's not a person that you would get the true story from. And so that's a common cross-examination. I expect they're going to go into that with Ms. Cunningham. If we get there, you know, we got to get there. But we are right now hung up on, it seems like, some of this hearsay information that Fulford is using to build this narrative that this witness, Ms. Cunningham, knows Donna Adelson so well that if she were involved in any way in the death of Dan Markel, this witness, Ms. Cunningham, would know it. That's ultimately the goal with getting this person on the stand. Yeah, she was mad at Dan Markel. Yeah, she wasn't happy, but she never, ever would or did or said anything about killing him. No. So, and I'm glad we cleared up the whole bar mitzvah issue. Whew. That was definitely bothering me. Oasis Cat. How you doing, Oasis Cat? I'd like to try to testify because I want Georgia versus Charlie Part 2. Yeah, for those who remember the case, and we reran some of his testimony in preparation for this case. Yeah, it got a little spicy, a little interesting, and we saw, and I don't know if you ever heard the phone call Charlie had with, it was either or both Donna or Catherine Magbenois after his testimony, but before the verdict. He thought he killed it. He you know, this guy is so out of touch with the real world, and probably part of the problem in getting involved in a murder for hire plot. You have to be so arrogant you're out of your brain to think you can get away with it. That's the guy, that he's so arrogant and so pampered, and he's such a rich brat, and apparently has been since growing up. That he thought he could, he thought he could get away with it. Dude, you talk about reading the room. I don't think anybody who watched him testify, not just to the substance, the whole extortion thing was a bit of a stretch, but his demeanor and his lack of awareness, it was obvious. He was making stuff up. So yeah, I understand that always. Yeah, that'd be fun. Let's have him back on again. Why don't? Let's do that. Sounds like the jury's plodding back in after their bathroom break. So this is interesting. Lori Ballou, leave him like the boogeyman. It's usually just the guy you don't get to
Everyone
hear
can
from.
see it. The
Except
objection
in-
is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Okay, there we go. So this testimony is being limited. Let's see if she
Thank
can work her
you.
way around it.
Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes,
Was she upset about that?
yes,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that?
she was considering taking her own life.
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes,
Okay. You have just one moment? Thank you.
Yeah, heaven forbid we have a smooth moment here. Here's a good question. Who pays for the transport cost of the prisoners? Does it depend on who requests? The person? That's very interesting. No, the state or the taxpayers are going to pay for it, county or state, no matter what. You know, you aren't going to put that financial burden on. And we're talking about prisoners here, so we're talking about Charlie primarily, and Catherine Magmanoir.
One last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes,
Was she excited about attending?
very.
I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
I would not miss a bar mitzvah.
The defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought.
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No, she
Was
was
she-
always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her after Charlie's verdict?
Yes,
Okay. You were best friends with her.
yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips. I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what. Are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was. I'm confusing that with the bump. I believe that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number.
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last 4 digits. If you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend, Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes, it's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those. I'm going to just draw your attention to, I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You do recall that. Thank you.
You can show if that's the same message as you're referring to.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay. And you, in fact, said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent.
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called.
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show the front.
That's the bottom message on this page I'm handing you.
Which one?
Bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right, so as expected, kind of tearing down what close friendship this might actually have been. Interesting about the extortion plan, she got a little befuddled when trying to figure out when she learned about it.
What type of work does your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Guterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Just make sure I understand your testimony correctly. Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted?
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No.
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
Never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Your defense, the next witness would be Ronald Guterson.
I'm having so much trouble hearing when they announce the next witness. I can tell Miss Cunningham should be very glad I'm not still down there because she's been released, which would mean I'd be all over her from the hallway to chat for a little bit about her experience, because I think she was exposed a little bit. She was a selective friend. That's what I'll call her. And in this case, the defense clearly using her for very important purposes. The lack of information on extortion as it relates to Donna Adelson, right? And the whole clear the head trip. And you heard Georgia Kappelman throw that in there at least 3 or 4 times in one question. So this clearing the head. So is that part of the clearing the head? The whole thing to go to Vietnam. The whole bar mitzvah for Lincoln. That was very important. Lincoln, of course, Lincoln and Ben, the 2 kids, who we have somehow
Guterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
been
Do you
protecting.
swear
their
or affirm the testimony you
disclosure.
will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Guterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day, and we reconnected, and we became friendly. And then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together, and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna?
a very loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son, Charlie, was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
Some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters, and they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there, and they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were.
I was aware they were going to return.
Under any set of circumstances, would they not have returned?
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Obviously, the defense knows how bad the whole fleeing looks to Vietnam, so they're doing the best they can to water that down. Going to come back for that damn bar mitzvah. There's not a chance they would be missing that. I think I'm going to open up a travel agency. It's going to be called Clear Your Head Travel Agency.
Mr. Guterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number, and I was asked to do Harvey a favor that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then, but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor.
I don't know. This is, I appreciate the, conferring, deferring, but it just makes for such a clunky presentation here.
Cross-examine.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes.
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that
Yes.
might prevent them
And
from
by the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right. But might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might. You'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said.
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To the
York?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I but never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down. to
My
Florida to do
services
some
may be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Guterson released from the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Guterson. You are released. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Kelsey Gwine, who might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
It's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
All right, calling Kelsey. Kelsey, whose last name I did not catch again. Why does Kelsey sound familiar? So, interesting witness, right? What do you think about Ron? Ron's very kind of happy with himself. I personally am still working on my second doctorate, but I'll let you know when I get that. Ron Guterson. That's I spelled it like like you would normally spell it.
Everyone can be seated. Please bring in the witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
All right, then. So he had an interesting way of, if he didn't hear a question, he wouldn't say, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? He would say, where I wrote it down here. What did he say? Oh, once again? Once again? Not even come again? I'm sorry, what was that? Would you repeat that? Once again? Interesting. And then he qualified a bunch of things toward the end of his testimony with, to the best of my knowledge. What are you? Are you a mob informant? I mean, that qualifying type language screams to me, you can't hold me to this. So, whatever I'm saying, it's to the best of my knowledge. That kind of weasel waffle language always makes me wonder, really? What are you really testifying to here? What are you really kind of hoping you don't get caught about? So, so they call Ron. Ron's the guy who's going to help them, when they're gone, managing properties. But he was consistent in his belief that, they were going to come back for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. They were not going to miss that. So they were going to be gone from November-ish to either January or February. But the timing was a bit off, but he, acknowledged it was for the bar mitzvah, which we know was in January of 2024. So, okay, I think maybe because his attitude was a little more abrasive, he was, I think, less effective for the defense. Same theme. These guys were not going away forever. They were going to come back for that bar mitzvah no matter what. Right. The guy also worked in military intelligence too, which may have something to do with some of the weasel language there that he uses from the stand. They're a loving couple. They're a caring couple. They let Ron and Ann let the Adelsons use their place in Naples. It wasn't being used at the time. He described, I found this interesting. He said Donna Adelson was upset in learning Charlie was convicted. Of course, she was there, and Harvey Adelson was off the wall, which he further explained to be devastated. And I thought that was an interesting phrase. So we see the theme from the defense. Basically, it is we never heard the defendant say she wanted to kill Dan Markel or wanted to have him killed. Yes, she had some angry moments with him. But that's it. That's as far as it would go. Maybe even typical mother-in-law, son-in-law type dynamic there. And then that they were not leaving the country in November of 2023. They're just going out to, hello, yes, clear your head travel. Oh, Vietnam. Yes, sure. Let me work on that for you. They were going. It was just, it was too much. They had to get out after Charlie was convicted and just clear their heads. That's it. Don't make any more of it than that. And there was a moment, I think, where he said, would it have been different? This was on cross. If, she was, Donna Adelson was to leave and learn that there was a warrant for her arrest, then maybe she might not return. And he got a little defensive there. Say, well, there wasn't when she left. There wasn't a warrant when she left. Well, no, there wasn't. But certainly it could have been made known while she was gone, and then maybe she doesn't come back at that point. So anybody remember who Kelsey is? Does that name ring a bell to anybody? It feels like vaguely familiar, but I can't really remember why. I don't know why. Oh, hey, this is very important, Zoe. I appreciate this. The mega lottery, it's up to, is it 1.3 billion now? Anybody buying into the lottery? Anybody going there? Anyone? I personally have never, ever, not once. I've gotten some for gifts for, just like fun little things at parties, just giving out some lottery tickets. I've never picked numbers, never bought one for myself. And interestingly, the odds of my winning are just slightly worse than somebody who actually pays to play. And I don't play. So it's just, I like games of skill, but not so much chance. It's just, I think it's a painful proposition. So last name is Guay. Thanks, Diz. Guay, Guay. Anybody know Kelsey Guay? Kelsey Guay? Okay, here's Kirk 71, complete con. I think it's, they're very open in telling you what the odds are. Perhaps the odds are similar to Donna Adelson getting off in this trial. But they tell you, and it's like, your odds of winning are 200 bazillion, quadrillion, quintillion to 1. I'll take that chance. So you're saying I got a chance. It's a very interesting emotion that the lottery plays into. But it generates a ton of money. My concern as we slide off into the social implications of the lottery, you got people that are buying lottery tickets that should be maybe, I don't know, paying for food for their kids or paying bills that they owe. So I think it generates a lot of money for the public good, but there are people that, should not have access to those kinds of gambling. And it is gambling, come on, because the money could be spent maybe somewhere else, okay? Odds of winning, it would be odd if you won him. That's true. Somebody's got to at some point, but I just think it becomes a joke when you start. And when I heard this, 1.3 billion, that's where it is right now, 1.3 billion. That's only the 5th largest. They're touting it. It's the 5th largest. Really? Okay. All right. Hey, well, I got an idea then. I got an idea here. Sherry, can you loan me $5? $5 is not going to break Sherry. All right then. And good luck. Good luck to you. Remember me if you win. I have certainly never heard this, Joey. Lottery is intelligence tax. I'm going to have to think about that for a while. Just a couple of beats. I bought a few tickets, and Captain Jerry Harris, and you're not going to give us the results there. And, people get excited when I won my money back. Okay, well, I could have saved you a step there. How did we get off into this lottery? I have no idea. Oh, look at this. We had a guy in our city who won mega lottery, ruined his life. That's another element I didn't even get into, because I've never had $1 billion. I've never had $1 million. So I'm not sure how it would affect my life if I did. But certainly people, get screwed up because they have too much money all at one time. And, they got people, you got people that start circling like sharks, relatives, I'm sure, and others. And then, you start going a little kooky, feeling like, hey, money's never ending, bad investments, dumb purchases. And the next thing you know, you're right back where you started, except you've got maybe more obligations than you ever thought you needed, and you can't make the payments. Maybe you get involved in some recreational activities. Yeah, that's why it's so controversial. That's why when they became more common, and not every state has them, by the way, more and more states do, but not every state has it. And these Powerball, they usually are a combined number of states. I don't really know the specifics in terms of which states are in, which states are out. It's gambling to me is just, I don't like to leave my fate to somebody or something else. I need to have some say in it. I need to have some involvement. That's why I have been known to play blackjack. It's skill. I know LKB plays poker all the time. I never got into poker. Played it here and there. Growing up, played it in college. Just kind of one of those things you do. But that's skill. I mean, the element of luck is far overshadowed by the element of skill. But not unless you're scamming the lottery. It's a crapshoot, man. Aha! Finally, thanks to this. Kelsey Quay, a digital forensics expert. Aha! Okay. So we're going to look at what? Let's think about the digital testimony that we've received so far. Quite a bit of obviously had to do with the original crime, right? When were the boys in the Prius heading north, both in the failed attempt in June and then in the successful attempt in July? Not sure why that would be worth assailing on the defense. So I don't think that's going to be a big deal. I think it might have more to do with all these communications back and forth between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson and Catherine Megman-Waugh. All of those folks be my best guess, but that's all it is at this point. I do think that's an interesting move. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. You're getting a sense of the structure of the defense case, though, right? These character/fact witnesses to try and soften up some of the more personal aspects of the case. Was she angry? Did she ever ask that Dan Markel be killed? Now we're going to get into some of the more scientific connections between Donna Adelson and the death of Dan Markel. And then I can only assume that we're going to wrap up with Donna and or Charlie. Obviously, if Charlie's going to testify, he's going to do so before Donna. Donna's going to be the last person to testify for the defense, and as we expect, she will be. So I think if Charlie is slotted in there, maybe he's the day before. Maybe they start him or finish him on one day and start Donna on the other. But I don't see this going past the end of the week before the jury has this case, despite the defense clunking along with their witnesses and the testimony they're using to kind of diffuse the prosecution's case. Yeah, maybe it gets there. It has to be early enough Friday. I don't like Friday verdicts that are forced. I'd like the jury to have the time they need. I don't want some artificial time pressures. Like, I am not coming back here Monday, jury members, my fellow jury members. I'm not. So let's get where we need to go. Let's do what we have to do to get there. I don't like that artificial pressure. So if they get it Friday, I hope it is first thing in the morning. Closings, boom, here's the case. So at least they've got a full day. If they're going to do a Friday verdict, at least have a full day. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind seeing it push into next week for purposes of deliberation. I just don't think I don't think we're going to get that far. They could get the case Thursday afternoon. Again, Charlie the wild card, and that's still within the sports book of over under 3.5 days, right? 3.5 days would be basically midday Friday. So if they get the case by then, if you bet the under, you would be a winner. I think we have to pick a time. Noonish would be the halfway point. If it goes into Friday after 12 or after the lunch break, then the over would be the winner. See? Some chance, but some skill.
So, Roy, be seated and square. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Guay, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns. So things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help an active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab, where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things: digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say I've probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning the subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience.
No, sir.
Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics?
No, sir.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guay, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data. just so that they, I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records. So that's where I kept most of my focus, was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data. So essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods. Some of them, duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records. So there was a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We just provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct. From like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess, from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson?
I was.
And Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay. What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides. So I, kind of went through it slide by slide, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
Pull it up, please.
Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please. And if you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the record started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information. And in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
It's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds in 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So
Okay.
different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial, but this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. There are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that those 3 lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this specific file, it's again, probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC. And if they explicitly say UTC, it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer. So I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I could make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well. And
I believe the next slide is that frequency chart?
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
You could show the jury that, please.
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best. I don't know if this is getting any better or worse.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially, when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call. The elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. I mean, that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CN or CFNA, which is call forwarding. It wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay. What does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have, come into her phone and gone to voicemail. And those second 2 with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
Okay. And the number that's highlighted, whose number is that?
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both right both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail or if it actually, like, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20, and that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I say that three for potentially one event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second step I did was I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were, did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's to me the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be you answer, but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it. But I like to see, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific to this to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please.
So this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, and the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range. And I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contains data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so get the lights, please.
Would you like me to unplug it?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Do you disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with on the following slide that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 1053, thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay, so for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct. That's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so.
Do you have them with you?
The original documents, I do.
Laptop, okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to check this on the scope of direct.
Please approach.
Boy, that is a weasel objection. This is cross-examination. She's allowed to go into anything and everything that is the basis for her opinions. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure what her opinions are that are really relevant or really impactful. Of course, maybe I was being hypnotized by that flashing light on her computer. I will do what you need me to do. That is so irritating and annoying. But it does take you away from her voice, which is also somewhat irritating and annoying. Anyway, so what's your takeaway from this, folks? I mean, okay, I guess there was some duplicate calls, which were acknowledged in the prosecution's case in chief. by Corbett. He had 417 interactions. She's boiled that down to 383 to 393. Even she didn't have a hard and fast number on that. She was, so what? BFD. It's the substance of those interactions that are far more important than the number. Unless you think this jury is going to say, whoa, wait a minute, Corbett got the number wrong, therefore we're discounting his entire testimony. Unless you believe that, and if you do, you're deluded, then this numbers difference, again, acknowledged by Corbett, so what? And now on cross, very important to say, well, you're not disputing all of these different things, the cell site locations, all these things that you're not, no, I'm not disputing those things. And we get to one of the key texts, which many believe was a cover, and that was outside your house.
It is overruled. This way, if you need the question repeated for you, Ms. Dugan will do so.
Okay, let's see what happens here. We'll get back to the outside your house thing.
I'm pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson.
Of course.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take a second to load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're going to provide the phone number, that we not do it so that it can be published to the media.
That's fine. Mr. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly so her phone number is not published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to filter to that date.
You can approach the witness to show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to get to 18.
So am I showing you a contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay, 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay, that's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Show you.
Or you show it to her.
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Okay. And that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night? Of July 18th of 2014.
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other, or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between two parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk?
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
In comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately, correct?
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20. Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates. So that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted. Okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No.
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
For that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then third place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number?
Correct.
Okay. So Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
The amount of hours on the total case? No. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Ms. Squad, did you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by Call Detour Records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How did those show up on call detail records?
So any applications, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like, give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's, in airplane mode or, off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Obviously, this was a huge issue because on cross, it was determined there was no traditional phone call between Ms. Cunningham and Donna Adelson, as Ann Cunningham testified to earlier this morning.
To ask one more question.
What's that?
State to ask one more question.
This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross, please approach.
All right, then. Well, hey, at 300 an hour, TikTok, get her on that damn plane. We can have a conversation about whether she earned her pay or her company's pay. She's working for Roloff, that the company out of Spokane. Whenever we get an expert flown in, and remember early on when everybody was talking about the case unfolding this week for the defense, there was a reference to I've got a West Coast witness, so we can probably stop that speculation. I think we found her, and the takeaway, I'm not sure about, and I'm very lucky at this moment because we have a guest who is coming on that can probably shed some light on this far better than I. You guys remember Jodene Weber? You remember? Well, she is back. Hello there, Jodene. How are you?
Hi, Michael. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. A couple of promos before we get into your stuff here. Bald-Faced Deception. That's the book. And I appreciate you. I've got it here handy. It's right there. I'm going to get it so I can show people how nice it was that you sent that along. And Caught in My Web is the streaming program. Is that weekly, daily? What is that again?
It's a daily
Based on the
podcast
witnesses'
on
limited
Patreon.
availability, I will permit the recross on the one question. Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
Let's see where this goes.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The defense need to redirect on that one point.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Bly, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
Give me a second.
That wasn't the one question, was it?
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
That's why you may step down.
Thank you.
Is there a brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break?
Just a moment, Your Honor. We'll see if Ms. Cunningham is back. Without being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time, we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break. Please report at 12:45.
Okay, we'll hang for a sec when the jury files out to see if the players have any law and motion issues. Sounds like Ann Cunningham thought she was done, but on her way to the airport, either to go to Naples or back to Jersey, she splits her time. They want her back, and I'm guessing it's to find out
Everyone
how.
can be seated. Please report back by 12:40. We will await the jurors, and we will resume with the testimony and the defense's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that's Domino weighing in. Apparently needs to go outside, but we'll wait just a moment for that. Anyway, Jodene, let me finish that thought about Ann Cunningham. Apparently they're bringing her back because they want to know what form she used to make that, because that's a critical.
Very critical.
Either it supports Donna's position on a number of levels, or it makes Ann look like a liar. So they're going to bring her back so she can say on WhatsApp. I'm guessing that's what she's going to say. On WhatsApp, I connected with Donna Adelson. Now, I would wonder why. Normal day to day. Jodene, do you use WhatsApp?
I do. And here's the thing. The fact that she's using that domestically, I still think is suspicious. Most people use that when you're traveling internationally.
Yeah.
That I could understand. But the fact that, first off, Donna isn't using her regular phone application to make a simple call, when we just learned during that time period, she did make other regular calls that day. And then the fact she is using this encrypted technology to potentially contact Anne. I think it is interesting they're bringing her back from the airport and putting her back on the stand. I mean, to me, this is more of a optics win for the prosecution at this point, the fact that they have to bring her back.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Like, Ms. Cunningham, yes, turn around, get back here. She's like, do I leave my collar up or down? So when she comes back, it's going to be for that very specific, limited purpose. And I think if you believe her story, it just puts you back to zero. Exactly. It doesn't add more. There's just
no
keeps. Yes. So, but at this point, I mean, and I appreciate that, and the defense needs to do that. It makes perfect sense to me. It's just an interesting little wrinkle because they clearly didn't anticipate that they were going to be challenged on when that phone call was made.
Correct. So, and some of this data, getting down in the weeds, can be somewhat tiresome for the jury. So I think optically, the fact that the prosecution did potentially point out some misstatements here, and the fact she has to come back, it just looks messy for the defense. And this is not how you want to start your case.
Yeah, I've called them clunky, and that's been all along, whether cross-examining or now in their own case. And this is no different. This is kind of the way they've been doing things. And I just think that they have a real failure to anticipate. And we see it at almost every juncture where they're up next. It's just a minute, Your Honor. And even before they finish a given witness, let me double check here. So I've mentioned, tell me your thoughts on this. I mentioned this with Linda, that rather than having a lead counsel, we have two true co-counsel here. You don't have somebody calling the shots. And when that happens, you get these weird, one deferring to the other because nobody's the boss.
It's very disjointed, and it comes across that way. It appears like the left hand isn't talking to the right. And I really have noticed, as you pointed out, the fact that they don't seem to active listen well. They're not on their game, in my opinion. There's many times where we see them scrambling for just a minute, Your Honor. They're looking for materials. They're not ready or anticipating the logical follow-up question. There were times last week where they would say, oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. Oh, I'm wrong. That's my bad. Things like that just does not come across well. And I have to think the jurors are picking up on this. If we're seeing it, they're not immune to just these basic observations. It seems very disorganized, very disjointed, very scattered.
Yeah. This is interesting. From Nicole, Harvey was my family dentist. That's how I got into True and stumbled on Jody's podcast. Full circle moment. Yeah, isn't that amazing? I was thinking about this young lady. And how she might resonate with the jury, right? And so I went to my folks who saw me when we were picking the jury. They know the board that I ended up shedding all of the dismissed jurors from, and then that becomes this. And while I'm down there, I'm looking at and just making notes about the people. And this woman's younger, right? And I'm seeing. Let me just go through these folks that are sitting there now. African-American female, 30 to 40. White female, 30-ish. White female, 30-ish. Asian or Hispanic female, 30-ish. White male, 30s. This is the secretary. I got a lot of written notes about her. She may be 50-ish. I apologize if she's not, but white female. African-American male, 30 to 40. White female, 20 to 30. White male, 30s. White male, 50-ish. White male, 40 to 45. I don't know how I was able to define that one so much more tightly. White male, 20 to 30. White male, 30 to 40. white male, 30 to 40. This is a young jury, is what I'm getting at, relatively.
Very much
right?
so.
Yeah. And so maybe they give her, maybe she resonates more with them. But I was digging to figure out what's the point here, other than there's some calculation in the frequency issues that Corbett acknowledged and she made more specific.
Correct. I mean, basically, you're whittling down from 417 or so to 393, I think she said. So, and some of those, he acknowledged there was overlap. You're still talking about hundreds of phone calls. You're still talking about Charlie being the dominant contact for Donna. So I really don't think she accomplished much. And I do think, again, circling back, when you think about the age of the jury, the fact that these relatively younger jurors, they're going to find it suspect that this older witness and Anne and Donna are using an encrypted app for a communication. I think they're going to find that very unusual for that generation to be doing that.
Yeah, and if they'd used Signal, even though there's no real difference in terms of the, they're encrypted, but Signal has this much more nefarious kind of, attachment to it, because what we've seen play out in other stories. But they didn't have Signal, wasn't around back then, I don't think.
I don't think so. That's more reason. However, I did think last week when Signal came up regarding Harvey and the jailhouse snitch, I thought that was also very relevant. The fact that, it went to the ongoing manipulation by Donna. Hey, you can contact my husband using Signal. You can use Zelle. Different technologies that she's aware of at her age. I think that is something to recognize.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to do something odd here. I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to then disappear and let my dog out. Okay. So,
no problem.
Speaking of the snitches, give us your take just on the pluses and minuses of having to deal with confidential informants. Okay, I apologize. I will be right back.
Well, I've used confidential informants in a number of my cases, and they can, when you wire them up, they can deliver fantastic evidence for your case, because jurors love hearing and or seeing the target subject, in this case, Donna Adelson, say things. So in this case, with jailhouse snitches, obviously they have an incentive, and they're incentivized to give information because they're able to cut a deal. Perhaps get out of jail sooner, have different benefits, that sort of thing. And in one instance, we have the situation where Donna hand wrote out a script and passed it to the jailhouse informant. And that informant was rather savvy. She made sure she was sitting in front of a camera so that that was recorded. So that gave a little bit more validity to her statement. And then obviously, of course, we heard from the forensic examiner, the handwriting examiner, who confirmed, yes, this is in fact Donna Adelson's handwriting. So that really validified or validated what the jailhouse snitch was saying in that instance. Additionally, between the two snitches, we saw a lot of overlap or consistent incentivization, if you will, where the first snitch, Patricia, she was offered veneers and land, and I think it was a trailer. And then the second snitch was offered drug prescriptions, which frankly, I found that horrifying, the fact that she was a drug addict and that these alleged prescriptions were being offered, as well as financial motivation. So a grand piano, I think, was also offered, which I thought that was rather odd. But to the point, in a way, these snitches almost validated each other. And then, like I said, the fact that there was the handwritten script, as well as placement in front of a camera, and the fact that we know that there really was no animosity between Charlie and Katie. The fact that she's claiming Katie was trying to extort her, just that falls flat on its face. So I do think in this instance, the jailhouse snitches were credible and, did assist the prosecution.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that. It seems that that dog is so spoiled. He just likes to go out and lay on a bench that we have out on the patio deck because it's nice out. He doesn't have to go to the bathroom. He just wanted to go out anyway. Who's running the show here?
They run the house.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, so the snitches were, I think, for the prosecution, a strategic, evolving decision. I think, you know, they had the good stuff with the whole phone call setting up the escape to Vietnam, and then they didn't play the body cam footage, which I was very disappointed in. And I can't recall a motion in limine prior to trial that would have kept it out, and I can't think of any grounds that would make it inadmissible. Any thoughts before I get back to the snitches? Any thoughts on why they didn't use that body cam footage?
I think it could have potentially been seen as prejudicial. I think that may have been the reason. And really, I went back and watched that body camera video over the weekend. She does jerk her hand away with the cell phone. But really after that, I mean, I've been on a number of arrests with female targets. Really, she wasn't that bad in the big context of things from my perspective. She immediately asked, you know, can you let Harvey go? How's he going to get? She was concerned about him getting a ride and transportation. So I was afraid, in a way, she almost came across as she was more worried about him than herself at that point. I was rather intrigued by how steely she was. She didn't cry. She wasn't screaming. She didn't, you know, pound her fists. I found her to be kind of a cool cucumber, and the fact that she expressed concern about her husband, I think that could have potentially, if you have a juror that is like, well, she is an old grandmother, maybe I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I think that could have maybe been beneficial towards Donna.
Yeah, that's interesting. And maybe that for that reason they chose not to, because she does come across almost sympathetic, and the whole interaction between her and Charlie, he's taken off her earrings and you know, can he go with me, and you know, all those things that make it sound like, you know, a close relationship between the two of them. And then in the car
he kisses her, which I was shocked by that was allowed, but you do see affection between the two. And so I do think it could be prejudicial either to see her arrested with her arms tied behind her, you know, cuffed behind her back, the fact that they're trying to wiggle off those rings and they're having difficulty with that. She's concerned about him, and she kept saying, you know, he's over 80 years old, that sort of thing. So I think it maybe was better not to show it.
Yeah, I'd love to get into that session with them and decide how much of it was by choice, and maybe they did lose some earlier battle that I don't recall or wasn't made public. And she was in the car for a while, you know, in the squad, and that airport looked vacant. I'm not quite sure why or how. I know it was red eye time, but still, you know, they walked her through the whole terminal, and if you watch the whole body cam, they walked the whole. And there's nobody anywhere. And I guess that was maybe by design. They just went a route that was not normally used. It just seemed odd to me because it's Miami, you know?
Yeah, I'm wondering, you're on an international terminal there. I'm wondering if they just simply took her down to a gateway where there was no departures, and then they could lead her down to a squad car parked back there, because I know I've done that at Hartsfield in Atlanta, where we would do that, so that way we wouldn't have to walk all the way through the airport. But I did find it interesting how demanding she was while in that car. I need more water. No, I'm not done. I need more water. I mean, it was like a camel drinking water. She drank so much water.
Yeah, well, if she's used to getting what she wants.
Yeah, and asking for the air conditioning in the back of the car, and how long do I have to stay cuffed this way? And I mean, she clearly didn't quite understand that life was changing for her at that point.
Yeah, it's a slap in the face. That's a very harsh reality, and it's been that way now for almost 2 years. So, yeah, what was it? It was November, right? Yeah,
Right.
November. So, give me your general observations on the prosecution's case. And there were so many of your, you know, there was one of your colleagues who really was the key figure in that part of the case we've just talked about, Pat Sanford, who was a nice guy. Met him down there. We chatted a little bit. And he's going to be wrapping up soon. He's close to retirement, and so I think we're going to chat with him, you know, when that time comes. But I did, and I've shared this on our channel here, that I sort of asked him, I said, well, you're going to be done soon, right? This is the last case that you're going to need this testimony. And I can't say he confirmed or denied, but his reaction made it seem like, not so fast, but, let's see what happens. What's your thought, having seen what you've seen from the prosecution now with this case and the others? Wendy Adelson, is she going to be arrested?
Well, I definitely think that's the goal. And I think the big question is what evidence do law enforcement and the prosecutors have that we don't know about at this point? Because I have to believe, based on the excellent investigation I've seen, especially with that bump and the advanced techniques utilized by the FBI, I have to believe Wendy Adelson has been under physical surveillance and electronic surveillance, potentially for quite some time. Now, if it were me, based on the fact that we've seen that the family has talked in code, they're aware of possibly being monitored on phones. If it were me, I would try to get an application for a microphone surveillance within her residence or any place she goes routinely to meet with people of interest, a boyfriend, that sort of thing. Because I do think both Charlie's trial and this trial could potentially serve as tickling the wire when certain testimony comes out. I think it's logical Wendy would have conversations perhaps with her boyfriend. Okay, I testified today. Here's my thoughts. Thank God they didn't ask me about this or that, or they don't know this or that. Those kinds of things you could pick up on a MISUR, a microphone surveillance, and that could be very beneficial. I also think it's potential that they're watching her financial transactions, seeing if she's moving any money out of the country, any sort of preparations for travel, any sort of second residence in a foreign country, anything like that. I think they'll flag any purchase of airline tickets. I think there could be a lot more that they may know about Wendy that we may not know.
And we have to remember, people are concerned because, well, she's got that immunity. And, well, first of all, it is limited. And it's also not special. She's not special. Anybody the state subpoenas is going to have that same use and derivative use immunity. So that just means they're very careful about the questions they ask because they don't want to elicit information from her that they may have have access to elsewhere, because once she that's involved in her testimony, it becomes kind of hands off. So the questioning, has to be surgical, because if you got this pot of really damning evidence over here, the last thing you want to do is get her talking about that.
Exactly. You don't want to burn it. You want to save that. And I do think I'm very impressed with these prosecutors. I think they've been very focused. I think they've really laid out a very organized presentation. They started out with Wendy and some of the early witnesses, and we saw the control, the manipulation by Donna. Certainly that came in through the emails. And then as we graduated and moved through the case and got to last Thursday and Friday, to me, those were the bombshell days where we heard all the intercepts from the bump, all the tickle the wires, and then ultimately the plans to leave the country. And to me, the bombshell was the license plate number written in her 2014 day planner. Where did that information come from? That's what I want to know.
And what's it for? Why would you put that in your planner? And that was brand new stuff. I don't think I'd seen or heard of that anywhere. So that was as damning as it gets. I also noticed there was another car identified there, which may or may not have been his, may not have been relevant, but there was no license plate for it. So maybe she wasn't sure exactly which car was really his car,
Right.
And I think toward the end of the presentation of the prosecution's case, you could kind of see, Donna Adelson wilting a little bit. Just maybe I'm just reading something into it, because you see the whole thing play out and it is draining, and I can't imagine sitting there. But I don't think she was encouraged by the case against her.
No, I would agree. I thought I was very disappointed in the cross-examination of Sanford. I thought it went on for hours and hours, and it just didn't seem they were getting anywhere. And it's so different than what I'm accustomed to, because when you're an FBI agent that actually employs all these sophisticated advanced techniques, typically defense attorneys know you're an agent that's on their game. You're going and doing these very laborious techniques. You're doing advanced, they're difficult to obtain. You have to exhaust all sorts of other investigative measures before judges will approve the applications for these warrants. So I'm used to defense attorneys coming out on attack and hitting me and punching me with questions. Boom, boom, boom. And I didn't see that. It took a long time to get there. And then they even had that bathroom break right before lunch. And the jurors are getting hungry, they're getting tired. And then she comes back with those questions. I just thought that was sloppy and not well done at all.
Yeah, yeah. So what do you think about the bump procedurally? We talked to Mike Easter about this on the eve of that testimony. Tell us, in your experience, how that works. I was most fascinated with kind of what I call the audition process, because you want somebody that fits the description that you're trying to sell. And my concern with Oscar Jimenez was he looked the part but didn't sound the part, and they told him to be like polite. And what ultimately burns the guy on these phone conversations? They decided he's way too nice. He can't be that guy. He's way too nice. So tell me your experience with that kind of process.
Yes. Well, in any investigation, you can use the undercover technique. I believe it's up to 5 times. And then if you plan to use it more frequently after that, then you have to get a sophisticated undercover operation approved. But in my experience, you do want to be very careful about the undercover agent that you select. You want that person to have the qualifications, whether it's the language ability, whether it's the physical appearance. You want somebody that's also done this for a while. You don't necessarily want an undercover agent that this is their first time doing this. You want somebody with some experience, or at least I did. I was very selective about the undercover agents I utilized. But I think what becomes problematic in this case is that the undercover agent can't say anything or do anything that actually violates a federal law or any law, or does anything where she shuts down and becomes so scared or threatened that it backfires on you. You want to facilitate the tickling of the wire. You want to facilitate conversation. So to that aspect, it did work. We did see those various tickles prompt the communications and the various covert meetings and the coded terminology. And to me, the fact that they use that coded terminology when talking to each other, whether it was about a patient or a bridge or the various things they did, to me, that solidifies the conspiracy. They both knew what they were talking about and what they were referring to. So to me, I thought that was very beneficial. But ultimately, to your point, you're right. After so many times, that's not how a gang member would talk to you. They would get much more insistent and potentially violent in their verbiage. So ultimately, yes, they did get burned, but not before they got what they needed.
Right. Yeah. And that reminds me of a weird moment with Oscar Jimenez on the stand, and Jackie Fulford is doing the cross-examination, and she's asking about his accent. I don't know if you heard that or not, but she's asking, is that your natural accent, or because he used it because he has a very clean speech pattern without an accent, but when speaking about a Spanish person or a name, it comes out, not uncommon. And she was basically challenging him on whether that was a fake accent or that was a natural accent. It was just weird.
Painful. I thought it was painful. I mean, I think it would have been much better to just really go in hard and say, well, did she actually call the hitman? Did she have any direct contact with the hitman? Did she call you right away? That sort of thing. And we just didn't see that. Yeah. So again, these defense attorneys seem very, very scattered to me, not organized. They should know ahead of time, all right, this bump is coming in. These tickles are coming in. We got to be prepared. What will be our natural follow-up question?
Yeah. Yeah. And this thing has been years, and then at least for their participation, months in the making. I've not been impressed. And we see it all, as we cover these different trials, good, bad, and ugly. And having been there and watched them interact off camera, in between, I see the same thing. And I see part of it, as I've mentioned before, is this deferential nature to one another, because nobody is the true leader. And I have not seen that before. There's always been, even in the Karen Reed case, where you had a lot of co-equals, I think, professionally.
Yes,
But Alan Jackson was the guy,
absolutely. And in my trials, when I think back on it, the longest trial I had was 4 months. And that was a male and a female prosecutor. And the female was the lead. But certainly there was very strategic meetings every night after we got done. All right, what witnesses are coming up tomorrow? Who's taking this? What's our strategy? What do we need to accomplish, et cetera? And it was a team approach. I'm not seeing that team approach by the defense. I certainly do see it with the prosecution. I think they're very organized.
Yeah, I mean, we know they've done this drill before. They did the Charlie trial, and they work very well together. I started noticing, I think Ms. Dugan started sounding like Ms. Kappelman. I wasn't watching, and I was just making notes. And that's not Ms. Kappelman. So yeah, they are almost one and the same. And I think they've had a more co-equal job, although we know who the lead is, and that's been clear. But Ms. Dugan has taken some what you might think are more important witnesses, and sometimes that's the delineation. You see lead counsel take the marquee witnesses, lesser counsel, second chair, third chair if you have one, taking some of the more pro forma type witnesses. So I'm guessing you think the prosecution has proven their case, and now we're seeing if the defense can tear it apart. Am I right about that?
Correct. Absolutely. I definitely think so. And I think the intercepts on the bump definitely helped. I think the financial, signing those checks, I think that's key evidence as well as the consciousness of guilt evidence with all the preparations to leave for Vietnam. I mean, yes, canceling your Amazon deliveries, that may not be so incriminating, but when you cancel your disability insurance, when you're trying to sell off a gun or make arrangements for this gun and different dental implants and things of that nature, and you're just in such a rush to get out of the country, there's no indication that there was any plan to come back.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things stood out to me. The wanting to make sure, and again, this is all from that phone call that wasn't supposed to be recorded. Wanting Wendy to
Which is fascinating.
that, I've likened it to the jinx and the hot mic moment in the bathroom, which led to Durst's arrest, ultimately his conviction. Although he died before he was sentenced, so technically not convicted. And so, you have that just serendipity that it's like you could never plan that ever. And so on that call, she's talking about having to get with Wendy on some business matters, like there's cemetery plots. I mean, that to me sounds like, I'm not sure we're coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Well, exactly. And the fact that she even said in that text message to Wendy, you can bury me in the dress I bought. I mean, clearly, if she's not going to stay in Vietnam, then she has another option that she's considering. So I think clearly she's thinking, all right, I'm not sticking around locally. I'm making all the preparations I need. And when we hear the conversation about, all right, what countries have extradition and which ones don't, I mean, there's your indicator right there.
Yeah. And they've been to all of these countries before. So I guess that cuts both ways. They know about them. They enjoyed them. They want to go back. But at a certain point in your life, don't you start checking off countries that you've been to?
Exactly.
And you don't go back. And I mean, you would have to really be amazed by a country. And Vietnam, that's not around the corner. That's a trip.
I mean, just to get to Dubai, which was the connector,
right.
That's, a long trip. So I do think that was very incriminating. It goes to her consciousness of guilt. But what I also thought was so interesting on that recording was how she was so upset with Wendy and Wendy not supporting her. She thought she should be rushing over to be with her and Harvey, the fact that she wasn't supporting Charlie. And really in that text message that she reads over the phone where she says, Charlie has protected you for years. now you are not guilty. I mean, it's like she's laying this guilt blanket on.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And, you know, I've had folks closer to the Jewish faith than I am, because I'm not Jewish, talk about just Jewish guilt. It's almost like a cliche that she's guilting her daughter, you know, for not, and Charlie is asking, how's Wendy? And you don't even reach out to your brother to see how he's doing. And it does feel very cold, you know. I mean, the facts are the facts. The motivation we're still a little unclear on. But why is your sister, you know, your brother's just been convicted. He's going away for the rest of his life. You're not concerned. You don't reach out. Is it because you're so afraid of any connection you have with him will, you know, slop over on you in terms of the guilt that you may or may not be convicted of at some point? I mean, what's the motivation for that?
Well, I do think the fact that she's wanting her to contact Charlie and all concerned about Charlie, but yet doesn't say anything like, well, how are you and the children handling Charlie's conviction? You know, there's none of that. So clearly to me, it implies, hey, look at what we've done for you. And now you're ghosting us, essentially.
Yeah.
That's the way I took that.
Yeah. And so if that's true, that sort of helps Wendy, you know?
In a way. I mean, it can go either way depending on how her attorney would articulate it. Although I still go back to Wendy and the fact that she's the one that knew the travel schedule. She's the one that knew where he would be. She's the one that did that circuitous drive that you did last week. That was so interesting. I mean, everybody that I know in Tallahassee, when I ask them, I'm like, would that be a way for her to drive? They're like, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yeah, and
that makes
the only caveat I had was I would need evidence that one liquor store was the only one that had the bullet bourbon that she was trying to get, not virtually every other one, including the ABC right around the corner from Trescott and Centerville. I mean, right there, you can't miss it. Yeah, I need evidence that stuff was so special. And maybe, what was it, 11 years ago? I know Bullet has become a bigger name, certainly in more recent years. Maybe it was rare then. You couldn't get it. I don't know, but I wasn't buying it.
Yeah, I agree. So, I think the fact that she's really kind of cut off her mother, and the fact that Rob's testimony to me was just devastating. But again, it really underscores how controlling and manipulative Donna Adelson is. And I really do think the fact that when she said to him, well, you don't know anything anyways, about, when he said, well, I've already talked to the FBI, and she's like, well, you don't know anything anyways. And
he's not a threat. He's not a threat to the operation.
Which, to me, when you compare and contrast that to what she's saying to Wendy, does she have to be careful too? Because if she says too much, that implicates her and Charlie.
I found very interesting when we're talking about that whole. First of all, it made no sense to me that there was this motion to relocate in the divorce case or in the post-divorce, and it had been denied with prejudice. And Linda and I talked a lot about this. We've done just enough family law to know we don't want to do it, and. You don't have those kinds of motions denied with prejudice because of changing circumstances, because of kids, because the court's main goal is to do whatever's in the best interest of the child. If it turns out that Dan Markel is a homicidal maniac, oh no, you can't leave Tallahassee. I mean, that's ridiculous. So we learn that it was an agreement between the parties. Now, I would also argue that it's still subject to being revisited, but that aside for the moment. They stipulated to it, but Wendy wouldn't tell her mom. Mm-hmm. She's afraid of her mom.
She's afraid of her. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, and I look at that, it was Donna that wanted those children. Absolutely. She's
no doubt.
The one. She wanted those kids. She wanted access to those kids. And when you're talking about dressing your grandsons up in the Nazi Hitler, and weaponizing the religion where they're going to take them and have them baptized, take them to a Catholic church camp, I mean, it's really, really, really manipulative and frankly despicable.
Yeah, I mean, they're hitting Dan Markel right where he lives, because
Mhm.
he, by description, by Wendy, he was more devout. Wasn't the word she agreed upon, but he was certainly more serious about, following the tenets of the religion. So yeah, I'm going to dress your kids up in Nazi uniforms. We're going to get them, baptized as Christian. I mean, that is gut punch stuff.
It really is. It
yeah.
really is. I mean, that's sinking to a level that is just, and shame on Wendy for not really standing up more firmly to her mother at that time.
Scared of her. I'm
Yeah.
telling you. I mean, I really didn't see that until that whole thing played out with the stipulation, and her mom kept going on, thinking it was the court's ruling. We'll appeal. We're going to fight this. We're going to do this. We have all these plans, Plan B, Plan C. Had Donna known, if Wendy had the guts to tell her mom, I agreed to this. I'm going to stick it out up here with the kids. It's best for now.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Who knows what would or would not have happened in this case?
Right. Would Donna have alienated her the way she did Rob? That would have been interesting. Everything would have gone to Charlie, who I think was potentially, I mean, Donna, really cared about Charlie. So
oh, yeah, he was the golden boy. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. And I think too, though, even though I agree that Wendy is scared of Donna, Wendy's got her own manipulation going on.
Yeah.
With Jeff, it's just unreal.
I know. And I talked to him and suggested we chat. Now, I know he's done an interview or two, and I want to get him on, when the dust settles, maybe get him on quickly before they arrest Wendy. But everybody loves the guy. They felt sorry for him because he was kind of beaten up by this, this woman. But he's still, he's still smitten.
He's still hooked. He really is.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if she called him up today, he might even forgive her.
I'm sure that's something people think. I wonder if I would say it's better than 50-50. If I've got my sports book analogy on how many days the defense case will be, I think it's got to be over under is 51%. It could happen. That would be amazing.
Oh.
Yeah, super nice guy, and he looked kind of like Dan too. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she has a type.
I suppose. I've been speaking of books, and I was going to get that when I grabbed the dog. I have two books. I have Wendy's book laying around here somewhere. I've been reading Wendy's book, which was written in 2013, and she is not the character Lily, but she kind of feels and looks and smells like the character Lily. It's an interesting process when an author writes a book that is so autobiographical, but not by design. And the same field, basically. She's in law, deals with immigration issues. Not in real life. She was more, I guess it was more trafficking was her focus in real life. But what does that tell you about somebody that it's almost not a confession, but it's some sort of weird.
Oh, it's an influence. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
And I think it may have been an outlet for her when she was writing it, because I did hear she went on a creative writing podcast, and this was several years before the divorce and the murder. And she said, I wrote this for my boy. She doesn't mention anything about for her husband, or I want to thank my husband kind of thing in the acknowledgments, which is rather interesting because it almost seems like she's projecting or forecasting, not eventually being with him. But I think we can take a lot about her putting herself into that Lily character in that book. Certainly they tell you when you write a book, write what you know. And so, it wouldn't be a stretch to think she put a lot of that into her writing.
In Hiawassee Springs, not Tallahassee, Hiawassee,
right.
In the Panhandle, and the schools involved. And I do think it's interesting. The book itself was basically mandatory reading for Florida State University students.
What a scam that is. I mean, talk about being able to profit. I mean,
I know.
No wonder she had a publisher jump at her after that.
Yeah, that's a pretty good gig. I mean, and you read the foreword by whoever that was, some sort of student advisor, coordinator, and saying you will be reading this book, and it's a great entree into your college life. Now, I'm reading some of the book. I have no idea how that has anything to do with
No,
college life
I
at
actually
all.
ethical violation, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I would never do that. It'd be like me requiring my podcast listeners to buy my book. I just wouldn't do that.
Yeah. I'll require them to buy the book. Then it's a little different. It's a little,
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you haven't done so yet, check it out. I've seen some comments go flying by. The people who bought it love it, and so check it out.
Well, thank you to everyone who has read it and bought it. I appreciate it.
So, are you able to give an estimate of the defense case in chief, or do you need a weekend to think that over?
No, I've got it. Today was less than exciting. I mean, they put on some friends, and I mean, here's what I think. Just because people have people that they're friendly with and that will say complimentary things about them doesn't mean that Donna and Harvey weren't able to compartmentalize one aspect of their life from another. I mean, I'm sure O.J. Simpson had people who thought he was always wonderful too. I think I saw it in my cases. I would prosecute doctors, and some of them had worked in practices with other physicians for 30, 35, 40 years. They would go to their children's weddings and graduations and funerals for parents and that sort of thing. And I would see these people who worked together day after day after day for decades not know about the illegal activity their partners or practice partners were involved in, and they were just shocked. And they would tell me, Jodie, I didn't see any sign of this. So criminals are able to compartmentalize that way. We can have people who have Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde personalities. And I do think in this case, the Adelsons, sure, they went to Japan with this couple. They would travel around the world with them. They'd eat their sushi over in Asia or whatever, and everything would be kosher and fine. But I think certainly what was going on regarding Dan Markel, I think that was probably closely guarded within their close familial circuit.
Yeah, no, I think that is, for shrinks, that's how they make their money. I mean, people, they're able to have this dual kind of identity, and for the public, they're one, for maybe some of the family, they're another, and for the real inner circle, they're another.
Correct. And it's just, you say like, well, this couple's always been wonderful. Well, we never know what goes on behind closed doors.
That's why are you with them? Sorry, you live with them? Are you with them 24 hours a day? Well, no, maybe once a month we get together and have lunch.
Correct.
You know nothing,
Correct. So I think, they got on the stand, but as we saw, even these friends have now backfired because they're bringing Anne back to the stand.
Yes. And I thought it was pretty good for the defense for a while.
Yeah. So
and
I
then
think
not,
really
and then not.
And then I think really the big question is, do they put Charlie on the stand, and do they put Donna on the stand?
They've promised Donna all along, and obviously that's a decision only she can make and could vary and change through the course of a given trial. No doubt about it. I just think with the arrogance of the Adelson family, because I've seen pretty much everybody seems to be arrogant. They're very happy with themselves.
Mm-hmm.
She may, and look what Charlie did. I mean, he thought after he testified that he killed it, so to speak. So, they're just totally out of touch with their own, impact.
Mm-hmm.
He was, for sure. So maybe Donna's going to feel the same way. She may also feel like, well, that went to hell. I got nothing to lose.
Well, that may be it. It may be just a last-ditch effort. Now, the question is she kind of locked into that extortion defense?
Yeah.
That really pancaked on Friday.
And that's what I think is giving the defense pause regarding Charlie. Because if he does take the stand, he's got to go with that. Otherwise, he screws himself on appeal. And and we know that didn't go well for him. And now there's been a little hint about that in this trial for this jury. So are they just going to be laughing already when he starts getting into that part of his story?
I think so. I mean, Charlie is so unlikable just in general. So that's problematic. And then, as you said, this didn't work in his trial to put him on here again. And then we saw those jailhouse snitches on Friday where Donna was trying to say extortion in her case. And I just don't think, I think that ship has sailed. And I don't know if this can be salvaged at this point. And if you do put Donna on the stand as a last ditch effort, like, all right, let's go for bust here. She's going to be asked about that license plate number that's written in her day planner. Where did you get that information?
Let's see. And what do you have it in there for? Let's see. I'm trying to think of well, I was going to give him some automotive gifts, and I needed to know the kind of car that he had. How could you explain that away? Because see, he's dead. So you could make up, stuff. You could say, yeah, Charlie, Dan reached out to me and wanted me to have that information because, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just
something.
so hard because, they've been divorced. Usually people get their day planners right before the new year. This was a 2014 day planner. That was the car he was in, that he was shot in. So what would be your excuse for that?
Yeah. No, it's bad. It's
bad.
horrible.
Right.
But that doesn't mean they won't come up with something.
She'll come up with something.
Yeah.
Perhaps she was, fearful of, she might say she was fearful of Dan herself, and that she wrote down his license plate number because she was planning to get protection.
There you go. See, that's better than mine. So maybe she's got her own security detail, and they wanted, that to anybody you're concerned about. Well, yeah, here's the make and the license plate number for the ex-son-in-law. It's not totally unbelievable.
Well, it's scraping the bottom of the barrel, but yeah, she will have to come up with something. And I think that could be possibly the only thing, that she could say something like, well, Dan knew that I was very upset that Wendy wasn't able to relocate. I was worried about him retaliating against me. I had gotten perhaps a feel that he was going after Wendy financially for all these assets. I was concerned. So yes, I wanted to have some sort of security and obtain the license plate number. But did she obtain it herself, or did she get it from Wendy? Is that something that will come out?
Yeah, because let's think, for her to obtain it herself, she's in South Florida, although she's back and forth enough because of the boys and seeing Wendy. But how would she actually get it? She'd have to do some snooping around herself, or
Correct.
just ask Wendy.
Correct.
That'd be the easiest thing to do.
Right.
And of course, why would Wendy just give her that information out of the blue? Curious.
Well, and that's really it. Does that become some sort of overt act? Is that where the prosecution's going?
Well, I think that's easily an overt act, no doubt about it. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so if Charlie testifies and he sticks to his story and it goes nowhere, and then Donna comes on and either just plays it straight, I knew nothing about anything, nothing, and avoids Charlie, that may be probably the only thing she can do, because I think you have to distance yourself from his story.
Yes, you do. Although those text messages where when he testified and she texts her friends, see, it's all coming out now, he was being extorted, I think that's going to backfire on her.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean she's promoting it. She's acknowledging it, though,
Right.
and putting a positive spin on it, which they kind of tend to do in the Adelson clan. So I don't know. I do think it's going to be in the next couple of days. I don't think it's going to drag on a whole heck of a lot longer. This cell phone person, yikes.
Yeah, it's a little painful. Well, maybe more than a little painful.
Yeah. I was waiting for, okay, we got the foundational information. Okay, great. But okay.
Where's the substance?
Yes. so what? To what end? Maybe I'm just a dummy and I can't connect where you're going here. But they were still the messages we heard and read, and maybe the frequency was off. Is that it? Is that what I'm getting for my 300 an hour?
Yeah, pretty much.
Hmm.
We're just, debating on the number of calls essentially and how many were overlaps or repeats. But still, I mean, we're talking almost 400 calls. That's still a significant amount of communication.
Yeah, and we're talking about a pretty tight period of time too. This is not over years.
Yes.
This was, I believe,
Yes,
it
in
was
fact,
May to July. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And then in the 30-day window, it was nearly 300 calls. So, that's quite a bit. I mean, when you're talking about in a 30-day window, you're talking almost 10 calls a day that way.
Yeah. And what we saw, even from the ones we heard, and the setup was, 15 minutes later, Charlie Adelson again calls. I mean, the guy just could not shut up. And I was kind of surprised if at some point you think it's either the FBI or some sort of private eyes working for somebody that has bumped you. Why are you then just going on and on and on the phone? Because there was a lot of that before the whole code seemed to develop.
Right.
If you think it's the cops or the FBI or it's some private investigator, why do you keep throwing it out there with all these phone calls?
Well, that's it. I mean, and then you look at it and it's like they're aware that we shouldn't talk on the phone, but then they go ahead and do it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes no sense. But yet we're talking about the woman who laundered the money, literally washed the money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I just think, clearly they didn't think this out well. They think they thought it out well, but they did not think it out well.
There's some of that arrogance. Let's talk about that, the arrival text, I'll call it. Charlie, I'm here at your house.
Mhm.
There's that hour and 6 minutes that seems to be mushy. What do you think happened?
Well, I think they brought the money. I think they brought the money to him, is what I think. And I think it sounds to me like they didn't call using the regular call app and that they were using potentially a different app for that communication. Is that what your takeaway was? Or am
I don't know how they, created that gap in time, because they were doing it based on geolocation versus what is that software that gives you estimates of travel? I can't remember the name of it.
like a Life 360?
Which one?
Like a Life 360?
It's something that the FBI in this case used, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was very specific, and it's designed to give you estimated travel times, and then they compared the estimated travel times with their geolocation information, and they came up with this extra time.
Yeah.
So was somebody lying about where they were going? I know they're getting to this text that said, I'm here at your house, suggesting there's no proof that when that was sent, anybody was at Charlie's house. It could have been just like right now, I send a text to you. I'm in the city. I'm in New York City. I'm not. But there was nothing to support the text being accurate. And so I'm thinking they're using that to cover for some other travel
drop.
Yeah.
Well, they could have done some sort of pre-location drop where instead of if they think they're being followed sort of thing, if they're afraid of that, they could have some sort of thing where we make an arrangements to go to location A, but we're really going to go to location B. And then we're going to facilitate a drop of the money there at some other location. Like, for example, what if they went somewhere else, like the dental practice, and left it there? And then, that could be a reroute. I think they could have somehow crafted something of that nature. But I certainly think that it still boils down to the fact that they're bringing money. That was the purpose.
Yeah. And that's why, of course, the Charlie extortion, story was so important. Let's talk about Harvey, because he is really, in my opinion, before this trial, has stayed a little bit above the fray. But his name has been, when I was sitting there and I see one of the images from the prosecution's spreadsheet, PowerPoint pops up, and it's a big old picture of Harvey, and here's Harvey looking up at a picture of Harvey. It was pretty damning, and it had to do with the number of conversations and communications Harvey has had with some of the other players. So give me your take on what you think about him at this point.
Well, I'm wondering, do they have an accessory after the fact? Do they have obstruction? Do they have witness tampering? I certainly, as the FBI, I would be looking in to see, all right, let's look at his calls. Let's look at his financial activity. Let's look at his location data, because I do think he and Donna, there were times they were together for the delivery of these funds, and he had knowledge. And I do think, it's really, really, and when I saw him on the arrest video, he was not just this old man. He was I felt kind of feisty in that video, and just really upset that they were arresting her. And he was the one that got almost more defensive than Donna did, in my opinion. So I think, and the fact that when he was with Charlie at that one restaurant and they knew the bag was there, the fact that he didn't talk, to me, he is aware of what's going on. So I will think it will be interesting to see, did he attempt to contact these jailhouse snitches through Signal? Did he have a Signal application? Was there any money sent either to a bank account related to the jailhouse snitches, or to, say, a family member or an intermediary? Was there any sort of action in that sense? I do think they've got to be looking at him.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt. And I think that for the first time, I start to think about him as when, not if, that they might drag him into this case. He's, I wouldn't say I had conversations with him. They were more one-sided, but, I would get reactions from him about things. And, like when asking how he's doing, how he's hanging in there, it was one of those like, what else can I do? What am I going to do? Seeing, my life, one person by another, go down the toilet. And now the stuff I'm seeing says, you might also have a target on your back there, Harvey.
Well, yes. And then it goes back to, what we said about Wendy, and potential ongoing FBI investigation. What sort of ongoing potential FBI investigation has been targeted against Harvey? Would they use a cooperating informant to send in to record against him? Because he may have his guard down thinking, well, this is somebody I've been buddies with for 20, 30, 40 years or whatever. And that person may be like, no, he would trust me. I could ask him, how you doing? What do you think? What did you know? They might be able to get some very good recordings on Harvey.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Wouldn't that?
Yeah. That'd be a surprise witness on the defense side.
It
Harvey.
sure would.
That'd be a shocker. Yeah. Man.
Because after a while, Donna's been incarcerated now. It's coming up on 2 years. He's had time to think about what life's like all by himself here, and what a mess everything is. And has he had a change of heart? Would he be willing to, let his guard down and say, I regret this, that sort of thing? Could we hear some of that? Do we have any sort of communications between him and Wendy? That would be interesting to me.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons that I felt that Donna is maybe irretrievably guilty, is that whole, what I call the Godfather meeting at the pool house.
Yes.
And that wasn't just Donna and Charlie. Harvey was right there.
Harvey was right there too. Exactly. And that's the thing. He knew that this was going on, and it was arranged via code. So we have to believe that, there was pillow talk between Donna and Harvey. So
you think if he was involved, we don't know, that it was before or after the fact? I
think after.
Yeah.
I think after.
Using the mop-up operation, trying to protect what his family's done.
Yeah. I could see Donna saying to him, look, I got a little crazy here. Wasn't supposed to go this far. that sort of thing. It was just to frighten him, or, that sort of thing. And, or, Charlie just loved Wendy so much. He facilitated this to protect her, to get the boys down here. And now, it's just gone too far. And now we got to clean this up. Harvey, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Very interesting. He's obviously a bright guy and has, had an amazing professional career, which is threatening to go down the proverbial.
Well, it's very
dumper.
disheartening when you look at this family in totality. I mean, he was an accomplished dentist. Charlie was a periodontist. Wendy's an attorney. The other brother, Rob, he's an ENT doctor.
Mhm.
I mean, they are very successful and just so corrupt, with the exception of Dr. Rob.
Right.
And what a tragedy for the Markel family and for these boys, for the grandchildren of both Wendy and Charlie.
Yeah, it's hard to see it unfold as it has been. And we've had a lot of cases we followed where child custody is the triggering event, or lack of custody, or in this case, lack of relocation. It's amazing that people can go down this road, and not that it's unimportant, but is it that important?
Well, I'll tell you, I think, because I have seen some very severe cases of child alienation. And when they go to the extremes that we see exemplified by Donna in those emails, where she's talking about weaponizing the religion and dressing the boys up, really, when she's that extreme about alienating them from their father, is it really that big of a leap to think she would go one step further? I mean, that's the thing. These alienators, they want to cut off contact with the parent that is, they don't want to be in any sort of arrangement with regarding the custody. And I just think when you're willing to weaponize the children against that other parent, that is such a low. That really speaks to the character of the individual.
Yeah, and we hear about that all the time. Legally minded, why isn't it believable that Charlie shot his mouth off to Katie, and her and Sigfrido saw an opportunity? Meaning, I'm guessing it means like on their own they decided to do the favor. I mean, that's part of the reason the extortion idea is so ridiculous. These guys just did this, just pick a person that we
Let's
that we
go
know
kill
is
them
bothering
first
the family
and get paid. Yeah, that's just not believable.
Yeah, but it has to work that way for Charlie's story to be believed. I just don't see it. Let me see if we have any other questions for you while I got you here. Did we mention this again? Caught in My Web.
Oh, that's nice.
And Patreon. I'm not as familiar with Patreon as I am a few other things. How do you like that? Is it good?
I love it. Well,
Yeah.
You can own your own IP that way.
Okay.
And I'm my own boss, and I put out a podcast 5 days a week. I can cover whatever content I want. And, some episodes are over an hour long. Others are 15, 20 minutes. It just depends on the news of the day and the true crime world. If we're covering a trial like this, obviously it's more extensive, but I like it. I like it a lot.
Doug Weinstein, who has been, I think he's been in and out today, our good buddy. Jodene is right, particularly since you can clearly lead your witnesses in Florida. Well, we definitely have seen that.
Definitely.
Oh my gosh. And how do you like this judge in general? Let me get your thoughts.
I love this judge.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed by this judge. I think he runs a very tight ship. I think when he's consistent in his rulings, he will say, I've already ruled on this. Let's move along. This has been decided. I think he's very good to the jury. I think I haven't disagreed with him as far as his decisions. There's a couple times when Georgia will get a little snarky, and I think he kind of reins her in too. So I have no complaints about this judge.
Yeah, I think he walks this interesting line between being kind of affable, friendly guy and Not in my courtroom, you don't.
Right.
And as with it should be with most judges, the jury is the primary concern and focus, and he's definitely good about that. With objections, and we've seen it across the board. We know Karen Reed, the other end of the spectrum, where you almost have to just mentally object. I'm sorry, I didn't say the word. I'm thinking objection, and so you can't even state the grounds. And certainly you aren't going to do speaking objections, and I'm fine. No arguing the objection after the fact, just objection, hearsay. That's it. And then the judge has his own little answer that includes an explanation, which I think is interesting. And it also probably helps him on appeal. He'll say why he's ruled, why he is ruling.
Right. Right. Yeah, I'm very impressed with him. I think the other judge I liked was the one in the Alec Murdaugh trial. I thought he was very effective too.
Oh, yeah.
Forgetting his name, but he was wonderful. But this judge, and especially after we're all coming off Karen Reed and Judge Kenney, I mean, that was just a disaster.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then we saw the alternating judges. Speaking of Doug Weinstein and YSL, we went from horrible to pretty darn good. Paige Whitney was a great judge and still maintains control over that case because there's still bits and pieces of it evolving. And she has said, I want to be involved in those follow-up cases and decisions, and she has been. And she made some subsequent rulings that were appropriate. So yeah, we've seen it all. I mean, they're humans, so there's good, bad, and then there's ugly. Yeah. So Martha Smith. My sister loved Jodene's new book. Well, there you go, Martha.
That's so nice.
Martha's sister. That is nice. Yeah. Comparing your different professions, where does writing a book fall in terms of difficulty, labor intensity, all of it?
Oh, it's very difficult. I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this book, especially because one of the characters is influenced by my own experience as a 9/11 responder and my own health issues that I've had. But, you only get one shot to publish a first book. And so you want it to be good, because if readers don't like your first book, they're not going to come around for subsequent books.
Yeah.
And, I do have my background as a television news reporter and anchor, and then I've got my law enforcement career. So I do think people expect more from me. They expect a higher quality of writing. They expect, more law enforcement techniques or more mystery, suspense. So I did feel the pressure on this book, and I'm pleased that readers are enjoying it, that they're enjoying the mystery and the suspense, and it's keeping them guessing. But I'm also appreciating the fact that people are enjoying it because it's highlighting different struggles that first responders go through. What they're exposed to at different crime scenes, different toxins, that sort of thing, and how we need to have better equipment, better monitoring, that sort of thing. So
it's really interesting how it crosses those different divides, both from your personal experience and these characters in the book. By the way, Bald-Faced Deception, there's the link for that.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'll leave that up for a bit so folks can jot that down. So we think lunch is going to be ending here soon, or at least within the next few minutes. What somebody had asked about Anne. Let me put that up. Anne Cunningham. Why are they bringing Anne back? Cute that she said she chalked to her, I think that means talked, on the 18th of July, and there was no record of it. Yeah, we were talking about how this is going to be the cleanup follow-up, right? Like you said, you talked to her on July 18th, and she was upset, and there was a lot of hearsay back and forth on that. How exactly did you talk? We talked on WhatsApp. That's what I expect we're going to hear.
Can you imagine her driving back from the airport? She's got to be a nervous wreck. Like, did I mess this up? What did I do wrong? I wouldn't be surprised if she gets back on the stand and says, I don't remember which app we used.
That could be. And then maybe you're getting into things like, well, were you familiar with WhatsApp?
Right. Because
and did you have that on your phone?
The age level and the knowledge of these encrypted apps. It's one thing, like I said, if you're out of the country and this is what I do when I'm out of the country because we don't get charged and it's cost efficient. But to use that when you're domestically located, I just find that very, very odd.
I know I've seen some chat go by that says, I use it domestically all the time. I just think that's the exception, not the rule. I think most people
I agree.
use it where there's an international component. But if you go back 11 years, I didn't know what WhatsApp was 11 years ago. I'm sure of that. Probably maybe 5 years, maybe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for her to make a call on WhatsApp in 2014, July 18, 2014.
People were still Skyping then.
Yeah.
So, I think if you were using it then, you were on the early edge.
That's what I'm getting at. You're an early, what do they call them? Early adapter. And she at the time, I'm guessing, would have been, I don't know, 60-ish. I don't know how old she is now. I'm just filling in the blanks here. That was 11 years ago. Maybe she's early 70s now. Does that seem about right? That would be pretty impressive, pretty progressive.
I think so.
Okay, so if she didn't use WhatsApp, and Signal wasn't really a thing then, where else do you go?
They talked about Viper.
Oh yeah, what is? I don't know that.
That
what is
one
that?
I'm not familiar with Viper either. So
It's
to me,
Viper,
that would
like
be even more unusual to use a Viper.
it's VIPER, like Viper.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah. So I just don't think two women in their 60s that are these great friends that are both in Florida are gonna, or even if one's in New Jersey or up north and one's in Florida, that they're not just gonna pick up their phone and call each other. Like friends. That just makes no sense that you wouldn't use your regular phone application.
I mean, just think about those that in that age group, and a simple phone call needs to be made. I just think it'd be weird for them to go to an app on their phone rather than just call. So
I think it's going to be interesting to see how much did Donna use WhatsApp to call her. What's the pattern of life there?
Yeah.
Was that a routine or was
that like, hey,
date?
I'm just trying out this new app.
Right. On this most crucial day.
Yeah. Just thought I'd try this out. And I think this could be dangerous for the defense.
I think it is.
Because if all she comes back with is, I don't remember, that's probably as good as it gets. Because I don't think she's going to remember the exact app. But if she has to go, no, I called her. It was a normal call. You're dead. Yeah. Because now you've gotten the day wrong. Maybe that's perfectly legit. Maybe it was the next day.
Yeah.
Right? That to me, that would not upset me if she had originally said it was on the 19th. Fine. She could still be upset the next day.
Right.
But to nail it down saying it was the day, I don't know, that's a box that they may not be able to get out of.
Yeah. I think the prosecution has kind of won this already. Just the fact they got to bring her back, optically, I don't think it benefits the defense. I really don't.
Yeah. And when they're going to be focusing on one very simple question, which the jury already knows is an issue because of some of the other testimony we've heard. Thanks to 007 Texas, 4 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate that membership. So Anne comes on, she goes off, and Zellman made it sound like the next couple of witnesses may be more lengthy.
Yes.
He said, I don't know what the cross-examination is going to look like, but they may be more lengthy. At least they could not jam them in before lunch, which was about so at least a half an hour or so. I don't know. If you set aside the Adelsons, Charlie and Donna, who else do you think they might bring on, and what subject?
The only thing I could think of is maybe an accountant, something of that nature.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's thrilling. I know. I mean, financial evidence on the prosecution side, that was so dry. It was very beneficial, but very painful to listen to.
Oh, man. I nodded off. I really did in court. It was brutal. Yeah.
No, I don't know. I mean, I can't think of who it would be unless they did have some sort of security that could, potentially for that reason. But I think really I'd be surprised by the end of the day if one of the Adelsons isn't on the stand.
Okay. All right. And so let's assume there is some finance issue, a forensic accountant of some sort. To what end? What are they going to dispute, or what new information might they have that would help Donna Adelson.
Perhaps they would look at how many, who's the signatories on accounts, how many checks did Donna write versus Charlie, things of that nature, patterns, that sort of thing. But
that way they could establish that it wasn't unusual she wrote all these checks to Catherine Magman
Right.
because she wrote virtually every check that went out of the institute. Okay.
Right. I could see something of that nature. But the only other thing is maybe there was an employee at the Dental Institute that knew about Katie and cleaning there. I don't know if there's somebody that could back that up.
Yeah, I do find that interesting because there was that conversation between Charlie and Catherine on the phone where he's saying, I know you get paid, but I don't see you there because you just come in on the weekends. And I'm assuming you come in and clean because on Monday, the place looks clean.
Right.
So I don't know if she was really cleaning or not, but that seemed like a weirdly detailed bit of information if it's not true.
Right.
And could be easily disproven.
Well, and if I were examining the books of that dental practice, I would want to see, do you have a regular cleaning service that comes in? Are there payments to that cleaning service?
I was digging through my notes here from the last, from the Charlie trial to see if there's anybody on here. The defense only called for his trial. They only called the attorney, Kirsten Adamson.
Yeah, that was Wendy.
Christine Adamson. They called her and they called Charlie, and that was the end of it. They've already gone beyond, not counting the Charlie factor. They've already gone well beyond the defense for Charlie.
Okay.
I'm hearing some noises.
Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
She has returned.
Okay.
Can you hang on for a minute just so we get through Ann?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now I'm going to kick you off. Get out of here. No,
Scheduling matters?
Yes.
Legally minded Prince next coffee. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And if I had had some coffee before the forensic accountant last time, I was doing the bobblehead. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I mean, it was bad, so bad, and it's very hard to hide it when you're in there. And they show the gallery a lot in this.
They really do.
Trial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so we found Ann.
All right.
Ann has come back.
I'm anxious to see her demeanor, if she's nervous and.
Yeah, maybe she's a little skittish, not because it's very important that you not have a conversation with this witness, right?
Right.
And apologies, you're gonna have to come back. There's an area that we our fault. Sorry, there's just an area we need to get into that we did not quite get to. So come on back. I mean, if you say anything like, "Yeah, remember you testified about the phone call,"
right?
Then on cross-examination, the first question I have is, Miss Cunningham, did you have any conversation with defense counsel after you left the stand this first time today? Well, yeah, we were talking about the phone call. I mean, that's death, and it's also inappropriate. So
it'll be interesting to see if she's skittish, or does she become somewhat like Donna and very snarky and nasty? Like, why are you inconveniencing me? I was released. Why am I coming back?
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what her demeanor's like.
I was trying to remember, I think, because she headed to the airport, that they did officially release her from any subpoena. So somebody had to make a motion, obviously the defense, to bring her back and reopen her testimony.
Right.
That just doesn't happen. You have to
do the process.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I think they might have done that in a sidebar because I did not hear that.
Yeah, because they did have that. It was a lengthy sidebar there for quite a while. And that was another thing this morning. They kept going to sidebar. I mean, there was no really rhythm.
It was all on the hearsay or lack of hearsay in the conversations that were taking place between Ann Cunningham and Donna Adelson, because Ms. Fulford was trying to elicit, emotion, and that she was upset, and that, sometimes you can't get to a conclusion about those things without having heard something. So
Right.
even though you're not eliciting hearsay per se, you could not get what you're looking for without somebody having told somebody else something. So hearsay could be a kind of a slippery little bastard there sometimes, and I think that's why they kept having the fights that they did about it. And ultimately, she got to go. Miss Fulford got to go where she needed to go.
Right. So it's interesting. Now, it appeared to me that they still maintain a friendship with the Adelsons. It's not like they're saying, "Okay, you're taboo, we're out."
Yeah.
So that's rather interesting as well.
Yeah, and it goes to motive. Is she going to lie for her friend, and
Mhm.
and how good a friend? Is this we're going out all the time? Remember, they were until 2009. They had been friends back in school. I think the significant other had
Right.
been friends, right, with Harvey in high
Right.
school. But it wasn't until 2009 when they reconnected because of the broken tooth.
Right, on Christmas Eve or
Yeah.
into Christmas Day. You know what I did think was interesting, Michael, is when the prosecution asked Ron on cross-examination, well, it says here you were to do some work. We may have some work for you. And when he was asked about that, I felt he was rather avoidant about,
Oh.
well, that was with Harvey and you help a friend out kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, what was helping out the friend? That's what I wanted to hear. What was that work?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it was alluded to being some sort of property management kind of assistance,
What
but
does that mean?
yeah, I don't know if that means collecting the rent and paying the bills. I don't know what that
Or
means.
does that mean disposing of something at my property?
Yes, yeah, that certainly wasn't clarified. It was kind of presumed. They touched on the property management thing, and then it was kind of they wandered off from there. So, Mr. Economist, he also provides some sort of property management skills as well, and maybe more.
Well, and I wonder if they plan to sell that second location.
You can bring in the jurors at this point.
Okay. The jurors will say, "Deja vu. It's Ann Cunningham." I think the mics on the defense table are either way turned down or not very properly located, because every time they...
Very hard to hear the name of the witness.
Yeah. Looked like the crowd was about what it was when I left last week. Nothing will top what it was when Wendy testified. It was packed then. But they're still getting 60-ish people in there, hold about 85.
And I think that since we had the Koberger plea, all the attention
No doubt.
really has been
For
focused
everyone
on
observing in
this.
the gallery,
Yeah.
please turn your phones off once again.
Oh, remind me to tell you about the phone violation. Man, there were 3 or 4 in one day last week.
They're lucky they didn't get banned permanently from the courtroom.
There's a bailiff. She is not taking any of that.
Wow.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Recall Andy Cunningham.
Ms. Cunningham, you remain under oath from being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall many. She made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection.
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Doesn't
asked,
ask you.
or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like
if
to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination to the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham.
We've dug a big enough hole, Your Honor. We're good.
She's good to leave at this point.
That was fascinating, though.
Yes, that's some good work.
That was safe travels.
I mean, they
He's
must have
calling the next
Googled
witness.
over the lunch hour when was WhatsApp.
Yeah, well, we just kind of had that conversation.
Yes.
I didn't know that it added call capability, after it had already had the text capability.
And the fact that both before and after this particular date, they communicated on their regular phone app.
Yeah, over
While
a
the
period of
particular
3.
used encryption.
Yeah, 3 weeks, of a period of 3 weeks, once before, twice after. They used good old-fashioned phone call. And again, Viper, I don't know what it is, what it was.
I agree, me either. Very unusual.
Yeah. See, now she looks like a friend trying to lie for a friend. That's
Yeah,
what
she
looks
sure
like.
did.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good, Your Honor. Like I said, this could blow up for the defense, and it didn't do them any favors.
I agree. I don't think that was good at all.
Did they announce the next person and I stepped on it, or I just didn't hear them?
I haven't heard it either.
Donna has lapsed into a coma.
She does not look pleased, does she?
No. That's the last time we go out for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like an elderly gentleman.
Yes. I'm intrigued.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please
Thank you.
adjust the microphone as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Mr. Chagrin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay. And what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harvey was like in shock.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us, did I guess 2 weeks in Israel.
Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. And then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way. And I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay. Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Fortunately, live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said that they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother?
More than typical,
And a typical Jewish mother?
yes.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer
Yes,
because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
Okay. But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Recross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
Okay. And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
Want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question. Okay.
Just to yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did Did Ms. Kaplan ask if you made any decisions?
No,
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
no,
You made suggestions.
yes.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be retained or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Please call your next witness.
The defense would call Tarana Khan.
Okay, so how do you think that went? I mean, it was a good idea. I think it's something, to try and explain away the one-way ticket.
A little bit, yes. It did help in that aspect. Although, again, they stressed that he was there to help with the technology, help with the computer. And that flies in the face of the fact that they're using encrypted technology on their phones. So on one hand,
They're sophisticated enough for that. Interesting. Right. And here is Rakuten Viber. I thought it was Viper, but it's Viber. It still exists. I don't know how successful it is on balance, but clearly people don't think of it when they think of these kinds of apps. They think of WhatsApp, they think of Signal. Yeah. But Viber is it's still around. These guys were so sophisticated.
I was going to say, I was in the FBI. I hadn't heard of it. No, maybe Michael Easter has heard
Please
of it.
raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tarana Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down three different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe.
Okay. Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never, I guess, stopped. I just took the job in for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Byrd?
Yes,
And where was she located?
in the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Byrd?
Once,
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Oh. Miss Byrd was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Byrd, did you tell Miss Byrd that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Specifically, did you tell Miss Byrd that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Did Miss Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Miss Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry. Can you read that?
Did
for me?
Miss Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Kahn, prior to interviewing Ms. Byrd on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No.
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Why did you interview Miss Byrd?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known. No.
Okay, so you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it
No,
that way.
no.
All right. And did you record your interview with Ms. Byrd?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there?
The jail does allow that.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Okay. if you get permission in your experience, is it typical
Correct,
for
yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Ms. Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they said, that they were saying to me. Okay. So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Eddie Barnes.
Okay, so a couple things. First of all, I didn't mean to kidnap you, so please.
That's all right.
if you have to run, let me know. And so interesting. Why wouldn't the private investigator, just for her own purposes, record it if it's allowed?
That's odd. I thought that was odd.
Just to cover your ass. Why would you? That's interesting.
Yeah, and I didn't understand why the prosecution would have to request the discovery. Shouldn't that have been turned over, the notes?
Well, we know the rules for the defense are pretty lenient compared to the prosecution. So Florida may be a little different, but they might have had to make a specific request for any and all, blah, blah, blah. And remember, this happened in January, January 21st, I think it was. Mm-hmm. Yeah, January 24th. January 24th. So what they're saying, obviously, is that because she didn't admit, she being Ms. Bird, to all of these gifts being offered,
the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
That it was crafted at some point between that date and the date she testified.
Right.
Adjust the microphone if you need to.
We'll do it. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Barnes. Excuse me, E-D-D-I-E. Last name V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-S.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last, yes.
Pen right out of that. What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name. So at that point, I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Now there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Okay, just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said, yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name at that. She met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss McBanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time?
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Should we grab one? So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I
If
could
they'd
have, but
asked
I
you
was
to.
instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanwa basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that McDaniel had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
yes,
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am.
That Magbanwa used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do you
their
know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Stugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services.
I did charge for my services. Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, one of those pauses that probably is not necessary.
Mr. Barnes,
Yes, sir.
the state just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
No, I would object to improper bolstering, Judge.
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speeding objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Objection to relevance, asking what he would be surprised by.
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you object.
thank you, Your Honor, would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel, in fact, listed Patricia Bird on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Bird was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Let me go check again to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Well, why wouldn't they call her this time then?
And why didn't they put her on the list?
Right.
You can't rely on what they did in the last trial under different counsel.
Correct.
And why did they have?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Barnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Again, I heard nothing. Did you hear a name?
No.
Gosh, that is annoying. Okay, so obviously, I am curious why they have two different PIs go in and interview this woman. Neither one recorded. One in August of 24, and then the next time in January of 25, 4 months later. 5 months later. Why do you do that?
Is it only because this counsel likes their own investigator?
I suppose.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
This is a lot more witnesses than I anticipated, however.
Yeah, interesting little nuggets of attack, you know. And this is clearly to, you know, bolster the snitch.
Mm-hmm.
But without the recording, it falls a little flat. You know, these folks are, I'm assuming, you know, they're not motivated to lie about what they were or were not told. But it just sounds like sloppy work. And in the case of the second investigator who testified, the first one who did the interview of Patricia Bird, did he say he was told not to record? Is that what he said?
Yes.
Told not to record.
And so when you compare and contrast that with all the wire intercepts and the recordings by the FBI, and now you have these PIs who could record but then are told not to, it undercuts the credibility.
Jury break here, bathroom break.
Everyone can be seated. Sir, I'm going to just step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors. Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor.
That's a mess.
I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
Hey, do you wish to be heard? What's that?
Yeah, Renee.
What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markel.
He's a realtor, Your Honor.
Bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. I need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes.
That's interesting, to say the least. So this guy comes in. It sounds to me like this guy is a recipient witness of some sort about some real estate transaction, not related to any of the PI work. So he just comes in. Where am I supposed to go? And there is no, having been there and having seen all of the witnesses to be queuing up in the pew out in the hallway, it's not like there's a sign that says next witness here. Witness for the Donna Adelson case, wait here. There's nothing, so you just go as you want to go.
I'm curious why the defense doesn't have a paralegal or something, though, coordinating their witnesses and leading them to, say, a witness
to do
room.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
No, they're on their own, and the ones that I saw sitting out there most often were professionals. They weren't the lay witnesses. And I don't know about this guy. Maybe he's acting as an expert, but I get the feeling he's a lay witness on some real estate transaction. You're just, I don't blame him at all. He's just, this is the courtroom. Okay, I'm going in.
If you're not used to testifying, if you don't have experience, you say, well, I have to show up to testify in this courtroom. You're going to walk in unless you're instructed not to. You're going to do it quietly and sit down. So I agree. But I can't believe both defense attorneys don't have someone in their offices or someone who could coordinate, or at least one of them. I'll step outside and meet the witness.
And there's a good chance they never met the person. At least maybe just a phone call. So it's like, are you? How about you?
Right. But again, a bad look for the defense.
Yeah. And then the person comes in and just sits in the back of the courtroom.
So do you think the judge will voir dire him now and just see what his testimony is?
I think that would be the safest thing to do, but I get the feeling his gut reaction is that there isn't an overlap. For example, if it were another, private investigator, might be an issue. But if it's not somebody that relates to the snitches being interviewed or their testimony,
maybe it won't be necessary.
Yeah, it might not be necessary, but he's pretty careful. The judge is pretty careful. I think he would rather know going in than risk learning something in process and have to get the jury up and out. And, so he may ask a couple quick questions. Yeah.
Yes. So interesting. But many more witnesses than I anticipated.
Yeah. I haven't really been keeping count, but I think that's 5. 8? Is 8 really? Holy cow.
I think so.
Let me go back to my front page here. Okay. We had Anne. You didn't count her twice now, did you?
Oh, I might have counted her twice. Yes. All right. So we've got Anne and Ron.
Okay.
And then Kelsey. And then we had Anne again. So 3 if you don't count Anne twice.
Okay.
Then Richard.
Richard.
That would be 4. Tarana.
Yeah, I loved how she spelled her last name, which I could have guessed, but not her first name.
Eddie. And now this new witness.
Okay. So 7 going on 8, is that right?
Yeah.
Tarana, is that the normal spelling?
Well, they talked so much about her working in the Middle District of Georgia, trying to find the relevance, and then finally we
I
hear she's a
know.
private
I know.
investigator. I'm like, oh, way to bury the lead.
Yeah, exactly. And what did you do work in the case by a private investigator? And then if you want to, fill in the background to give her some oomph, because I got paralegal. That's where I'm
Right.
focused, right? Paralegal.
Right.
Okay. Well, let's see. Just the recording is just so weird. Why would you not do that? So we have two witnesses saying that this whole idea of being gifted certain things by Donna Adelson was figment of the imagination of this witness after those two interviews.
Right. Now, do you think they'll recall Katie?
I thought about that, and I thought about somebody else they might need to recall if it was going to be disputed. You mean in a rebuttal case?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It depends on how much weight they put on it, I suppose. And I have, the state's second amended witness list, which has Patricia Byrd on it. She's listed on it. And this was for July 21 when their latest list was submitted. Yeah, there's so many people on this witness list that we will never hear. All right, then. So, are they making any headway here? The defense making any points?
Well, I do think the elderly gentleman who came in and said, well, I was there and I'm the one that kind of talked to them about a one-way ticket versus a round trip. I do think that was interesting. That at least takes a little bit of the bite out of it. But she's still researching extradition. She's still getting rid of her disability insurance. She's still making comments either about self-harm or leaving the country. So I think in totality, it doesn't just wipe out the fact that he was on.
I agree. And it could have been, a conversation that was more like, oh, you guys are going to go back to Vietnam. Yeah, we thought we'd go back. We're not sure we want to do one way or round trip. And then he chimes in with his knowledge, right? So it's really more they solicit the information, not him just out of the blue saying, I really think you ought to get a one-way ticket because it's ultimately going to be cheaper coming back. And I don't know about that. His recollection might be more all about his knowledge than what might have happened. And they might have been using him to get that information. I don't know. They've been there before, so it's not like they don't know anything about going to Vietnam. And I've been told, and I keep threatening to research this, but I haven't, that the extradition prohibition or lack of extradition in Vietnam doesn't apply in a murder case.
That's what I've heard as well. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that is interesting.
Yeah, it means some bad research.
Right.
If you're going to pick a non-extradition country, you might want to pick one that covers the likely charges coming your way.
Yes, and I did feel that the prosecution was able to take some of the punch out of that witness too when they cross-examined him about Donna being your traditional Jewish mother and Jewish grandmother.
Yes.
Then they said, well, is it traditional to dress your grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms? I mean, whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yep.
But yeah, that was effective. I mean,
Sure.
Did you really know the real Donna?
Exactly. Yeah. What did he say? Not even traditional. He said extra traditional or super traditional, or he enhanced it somehow to suggest no, she's even over the top in terms of traditional. Yeah. So yeah, really. When are you guys working on the Nazi uniform photos? What part of traditional is that? So that's good. But I don't blame the guy. Was good. He was a good witness. He was fine. Yeah.
Yes. And, I just think it's interesting, the fact that, they had this extravagant lifestyle. They did all this international travel. They had these gourmet dinners. We heard from him. They were part of this club. They had maintained these long-term friendships with people. And so you just look at it as the fall from grace, where they're at. And just, did these people really know the people they considered to be friends?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we hear that all the time in these cases where he was such a quiet guy, you know, the
Yeah.
old cliche. Kept to himself. He was a quiet man. Okay, do you care to wager on this, whether we hear a voir dire or not?
Do you hear leg shackles? Oh, what?
Everyone can be seated. You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name K-E-L-L-Y.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes,
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markel?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markel about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, pretty sure he's not moonlighting as a PI, so
Yeah.
it's probably all right.
Yep. Great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but I think we had to make arrangements between, cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time we were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just 1 second, please?
Mm-hmm.
Having had some real estate experience myself, the team concept is very fluid, very loose, very interesting. And if it's the next team member, you're not referring them.
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Kelly?
Hey.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that?
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect from the witness?
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Detective Joshua Turner.
Yeah, he's on the state's list. They did not call Detective Josh Turner. He is with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. So how about that real estate testimony? Does that impress you? Do you care?
Not really. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, a year before they get divorced, they're looking for a place to have the in-laws have an auction closer to.
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you
Yeah.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
I mean, was the
You speak
purpose
loudly
to
and
show
clearly. You
that
may
they
adjust the
had a
microphone if you
cordial
need.
relationship with Dan? I don't know.
I guess. Things change when the kids are not, allowed to go to South Florida.
Right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. Worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
Okay. And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Ms. Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Ms. Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just a moment. And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you guys have the HDMI?
Yeah, we kind of knew this was coming, that they talked about it. And so obviously the defense is suggesting that, this is performance art, right?
Right.
This is that Drina, the 27-time convicted drug offender, knows how to work the system. This is not the first time she's been an informant, and she knows how to get the goods. So the defense is suggesting that means discount everything she says.
Unfortunately, this is the one that was given the handwritten script, though, by Donna.
Yes. And that's another issue I thought was weird. Why go through all the hoops to have an expert confirm that that's Donna Adelson, whether you believe in that science or not, and then have the defense just say, well, we'll stipulate. They didn't say we'll stipulate. We've never objected to that.
They didn't challenge it at all.
It's so weird.
Very odd.
Yeah, so if you're gonna, at least if you stipulate to it, you don't have the expert pounding on the jury and saying how clear it is that it's Donna Adelson. You at least leave that up in the air.
Right. And now circling back to this, they're going to show that, all right, she sat in front of the camera. She tried to manufacture this. But isn't that just going to refresh in the jury's mind? Yeah, but Donna handed her a script.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what I'm going to see here that diffuses that.
Yeah.
If we ever see it. Oh, there we go.
Oh, here we go.
Wow, better than I thought.
Use the computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's fine.
Okay. So, Detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
Oh.
And do they walk towards the foreground of the video?
At one point.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
Did the video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
Does it appear from the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
And they're engaged in conversation?
Yes.
Why are they always at the very edge of the frame of the
I was
video?
going to say, in my mind, I had this being much more prominent where you could actually see them discussing, and this is very difficult.
Without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. A little good it would do you anyway.
How long did they sit and talk?
I don't know. He said they've compressed this to some degree. The defense says, well, we're playing everything we got from the state. They could at least push in, I would think. It's decent enough quality video. They should be able to push in a little bit.
Yeah. So, here I think he should be asking this detective, how long do they sit and talk? Entertain the jury, tell the jury what's going on, what to expect. This, to me, I think this is where you lose the jurors.
No doubt. And try to at least narrate what we think we're seeing.
Right.
Through this witness.
Right.
Does it appear that what's her last name? Burkhart? Does it appear that she's leading the conversation? Does it, there may be some objections along the way, but at least try to help the jury see what's happening here. You can't even see Donna Adelson except her lower half of her body.
Correct.
And it looks like Drina is just like resting on her arm, I think, on her elbow.
Yeah, for a snitch who said she tried to purposefully put herself in front of the camera, she really didn't.
She did a bad job. Yeah, come on.
She should have stayed at that big.
That's right.
Would have been a lot better.
Yeah. Yep. Or, bring the chairs to the other side of the table you're at. Come on.
Right.
I'm so used to manipulating the video we have. Let me just put my cursor on it so I can see how much longer it goes.
Right.
Oh, that's right. This is not my video.
But if I'm a juror, I'm sitting here thinking, all right, where's the script? Does she write in that notebook? Where does the script come in? That's what this would generate with me.
To defeat what the prosecution has suggested, you would have to see Drina
Detective,
writing.
at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
And really, even if Drina or Trina writes in her notebook, doesn't mean she's writing the script. It just means she wrote in that notebook.
Right. I mean, all we know from the evidence is that it was written in her notebook, right? And then it was taken by Donna and then returned, or I think that's what happened. But I think, well, I don't know what we're going to see here, so I don't know if it's going to be helpful or not. think this is the annex that they talked about.
Can you explain to the jury what Ms. Bernhardt just did?
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something is already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
Now Ms. Bernhardt's writing on that piece of paper.
Correct.
So they're going to have to be suggesting that Drina Bernhardt wrote the script and then Donna copied it, since they're not contesting the handwriting of the one that's been submitted. But why would she do that?
That must be where I'm going with this, yeah. But still, nobody held it, well, I won't say that. Nobody forced Donna to do this. I mean, she did this. I mean, even if she was told, hey, write this in your own handwriting.
Yeah, I say, why would you do that?
Right. I mean, but I could see the prosecution getting up and saying, all right, so let's say she sat down and said, let me write down what you want me to say or ask or etc. She starts writing. Donna doesn't like it. So then she says to Donna, all right, you write this out. You know, I mean, how do we not know that came about?
It appears that Ms. Bernhardt is writing at this point.
Correct.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make? Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, an hour and 14 minutes would have been painful of that.
Oh my God.
Who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.17, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.33, she's still writing?
Yes.
14:46. My client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
Fast forward to 16:42. Did Ms. Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
From this vantage point, we can't see what Miss Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Miss Barnhart is still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
$22.50. What do we see Miss Barnhart doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. I think the state submitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay. $41.24. What do we see now?
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
Fast forward to 44:04. Are they both writing?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. To what end this really
It's
helps the
painful.
defense? I'm not sure, unless there's some. I don't know. It's a creative writing class, and we're just telling one another stories, or I don't know.
About 48:22, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
At the end of the day, discrediting these snitches still doesn't accomplish what you need, because you still have the bump, you still have all the tip of the wires, you still have the checks that were signed.
Yeah, and all of this would never even have happened if the prosecution didn't decide to use the snitches, which again I think was a go no go decision toward the end of the
Fast forward a little
presentation.
bit, 51 minutes. It appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
Fast forward to 54
So
minutes.
let's just say the snitch is the one orchestrating this.
Still appear that
Donna
they're
still went
both
along
looking
with it.
through the pages and discussing them.
It does.
Okay, so let's say, go ahead. Let's say the snitch is orchestrating the story.
Right, and she approaches Donna and say, "Hey, I could say this for you, that Katie was the one that manufactured this." Donna's down for it. She's game. That's all they're establishing here. Is that she's willing to manipulate. Either Donna came up with this, or the snitch
Or
came
agreed with it.
Right. She either agreed with it.
Maybe they even collaborated.
Well, there you go.
They're
Yeah.
co-authors.
Because how would she get the name of that doctor that was going to prescribe the prescriptions if not from Donna?
Mm.
Now we're at 55:35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
Correct.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
And we're at 59:34. Appears they're both still writing.
Correct.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
So are they going to recall Drini to talk about what was actually happening?
They might.
And we heard her testimony. She was never confronted, though, with the video.
Correct. And didn't she say that she had the script, they made a copy of it, and then they gave it back to Donna, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think made a copy of it. I envision, somebody got a Xerox machine here?
Right.
But I think it was here. They had to hand write out a copy of it.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Now we're at 1 minute or 1 hour, 1 minute and 22 seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
And most importantly, there's only 13 more minutes.
That's what I thought too, Mike.
Yeah, if they don't cram it a little bit.
We're almost
tighter.
there.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
I guarantee you the jury is.
I was going to say, we need Charlie after this to wake him up.
Yeah. Okay.
Review of this surveillance video. Does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
So, sneak preview of the nothing more to come. And now the defense would like to show this video of paint drying.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But to your point, will they recall her
Yeah.
to ask her about this?
Yeah.
Can we get the lights, please?
He even looks confused, like, why am I here?
Why am I here? Because I unfortunately had to look at this video already.
Right.
Thank you, Aaron Penner. That is a great idea.
Detective, do you recall the date that video was collected? I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I wrote down 12/18, so I'm fixing that now. So she met with him on 12/20? Okay.
Detective, that's the day after Ms. Bernhardt told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Oh, okay. It was
Cross
18th
them.
she told him. 19th got the video. Okay.
You may.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relay that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Ms. Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right. And so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No.
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? Do you
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 5214. So let's go to 4125. I think we already watched the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5819, So we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Very direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He's released from the state.
Defense will do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach.
Well, I'm guessing they're getting ready for a little break. And
I think so.
So, last thoughts before I kick you loose, and then I'm going to kick myself loose for a few minutes to get some stuff done. Jodene, pleasure to have you here. What are your thoughts now as we've seen how many witnesses? Is this 8? I feel like we've seen another witness, but maybe not.
Yeah.
It was the video.
Not overpowering. I mean, they made a couple minor points here and there, but I think if I'm the jury, I'm getting antsy. It's like, put on Donna or not. Let's move this along.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the relatively rapid fire witnesses. Nobody's been really, other than the video with this dude. They've most have been pretty quick on, off, or whatever they've got to offer or not, and a repeat from Ann. But this is, I don't know how much more picking and prodding. I'm looking at it like, they've only got so much they can work with. I get that. But it's like they're picking just nitpicking little things when the big enchilada out there
Yes.
is still out there,
Yes. And I do think the cross-examination has been effective by the prosecution overall. So I don't see a lot of damage done here by the defense. I think, as you said, they've got a difficult client. They've got a difficult case. So there's not a lot to work with to begin with. But again, I think what we've seen here today, as well as their presentation and the little bumbles along the way and this long drawn out tape now, it doesn't help.
Yeah. I notice in this wider shot, you see Harvey's friend is there with him at the pew. That has been a pretty much vacant space for the last week and a half, and he's got some moral support there, if nothing else.
Yeah, you just wonder about Harvey. Like I said, I do think they could, find some friend from a few years ago that they could wire up that's, doesn't agree with what's going on as far as the Adelson family, and could wire up against Harvey, and it could potentially get him saying something incriminating. I think that could be a possibility.
I know. Do you think that he might be a little hypersensitive to that and be less likely to fall for it?
Not if it's somebody he's known for decades.
So you'd have to get somebody that
Somebody he's known.
somebody that either has a conscience, that they're willing to basically betray a friend for what they think that friend has done.
Well,
right?
and I think the religious aspect coming into this, people don't like it when their religion is weaponized. And when you hear about dressing those children up, I think that could really, really
Members of the
makes
jury, we
people
are
upset.
going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will
Whoa.
resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Well, let's see if we got some law in motion or they just ran out of witnesses. Find out when the jury files out. That wasn't me. I said I was going to take a break, Judge. I wasn't suggesting we call it for the day.
You're a prophet.
Yeah. And we're only at 6
Well, I just
hours,
wonder if
15
Charlie's next up and they don't have him transported over.
minutes. Could be. Or they want, a full-throated day with him. Yeah.
Everyone can be seated.
Let's hear. Spill it, Judge.
Or they're going to ask Donna about testimony.
Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir. That was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
Thank you.
Okay, so I kind of stepped on part of that. There's a witness but can't get there till 10, but there are other witnesses prior. Is that what he was saying? And if there's a gap, you can try and get that 10 o'clock person there a little earlier?
That was my
Is
understanding.
that what he said?
Yeah.
Whew. All righty then. So a lot of bodies. I'm not sure if there's a lot of meat, but
I
a lot
agree.
of bodies. Hey, we knew the defense case was not going to be an easy one, and we all know it still rests on whether the defendant testifies or not. And I don't know how she could extricate herself if she does.
I agree.
Okay. Well, Jodene, I appreciate it. Oh, hold on. Bear with me for just a second.
Sure.
I'm doing this for a good reason. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm wired in. Ta-da! I had it. It was just out of reach, and I want to make sure I got it. And
thank you so much.
The bald-faced deception. We have to, I've been deciding. I really don't decide much, but we were talking about having like a true crime book club. So I have a nominee right. I got a nominee right here. And then we can have the author on and read out a passage or two. So that's in the works for year 2. We're 2 weeks away from our 1-year anniversary. So as we move forward,
happy anniversary.
Thank you. That's one of the things we I think we'll spend some time doing. Thank you very much, former.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Do you like retired FBI special agent or former? Which is better for you?
Retired.
Yeah, that's what I asked Mike Easter the same thing, because somebody in our chat or in a comment had said, don't say former because it sounds like maybe they were, dismissed or fired or something. I said, oh, I never thought of it that way. So, and I also told Michael Easter, and it applies to you as it did to him, you're too young to be retired. So I have trouble
thank you.
putting retired on your nameplate. But retired FBI special agent Jodene Weber, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
And,
Michael, for having me back on. I appreciate it.
You know, you were here like 3 hours. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's all right. I enjoyed my time with you.
When is your show on? It's the daily, so what time?
It's daily. It comes out every morning. So and everything lives eternally on the feed. So even if you join now, you'd get all my past 700 episodes.
Oh my gosh. And what time does it normally launch in the morning?
I drop it when I'm done in the morning. So, if the garbage truck comes by and I have to start over, but no, normally it drops, before noon in the morning. And, if we're covering trials like this, it'll be a longer episode because you have many witnesses to go through or a lot of testimony. But yes, I will be covering this tomorrow on my podcast, Caught in My Web on Patreon, and I welcome people to join me. It's a great place to learn about cases. If you commute a lot and like to listen to podcasts in the car, I come on daily. And it's nice if you work and you're not able to stream. Yeah. So it's kind of a nice option for people.
Cool. Well, there it is. Put it up one more time. And again, thank you. We'll bother you again. And maybe when this thing comes full circle and we can look back at the what ifs. Well, how did this work? What did the jury like about this? What about that? That would be fascinating with your expertise.
Yes. Thank you very much. And please say hi to Linda.
I will. Thanks. Talk to you later.
All right. Take care.
Bye. So what we'll do is we have Ms. Demeanor coming on tonight we really were expecting the day to go on more normally, meaning ending at 5-ish. So I'm just going to sit here for 2 hours. No, I'm not. And Linda will be back to join us as well. And so the real question is, do we push this to 6, which would be our formally normal time? My gut is telling me that's what we should do. So Missy, unless I hear something suggesting we do it differently, what we'll do is we will definitely portal to the next one. 6 is what I'm thinking. We'll do 6 o'clock, but we'll be portal to that. We'll have a thumbnail for the new one. We'll have if you're on the notification list, you'll get the notification for the new one. I'm thinking it'll be 6 o'clock. So that'd be a couple or so hours from now. We'll kick this all around again. Linda will join. I know she's been able to listen to some of today. And if you can, you check out Jodene's book if you get a chance. I've read the first few chapters. See, there's my bookmark. It's very cool. It's when you write about something you can tell. So check that out. Okay, I'm Michael Bryant. This is Justice Served TV, and we're going to circle back for our normal meeting at about 6 o'clock tonight. So until then, try to do it right.
Riding flames, they charge with mine.